trying to hire people, not has been happening as quickly as we'd like. But we do have a new support guy, Robert, which some of you have spoken to. We also have a new developer, Chris, who's been there for about 6 months now. We are actively trying to hire people. A big challenge is finding people who want to live in Wisconsin. If you know anyone who lives in Wisconsin, send me their resume, please. We can pay for relocation. Kind of continued focus next year. I think, you guys have been using Powercode for a couple of years now. We've tried to juggle refining the existing feature we have and adding a new one. Try to kind of do that every other major update. We get something new and we make something better. Doesn't always quite work out that way, but that's the plan. The other thing we're looking at is, partnerships with other companies. We'll talk about the Procera one a little bit. We've had quite a few partnerships over the last couple of years with ProPay, IPPay, Procera. We recently did the MailerStream integration. And so we're looking to do other things. What we're really trying to do with these partnerships is look for people that offer a service that it's not realistic for us to build, but on the same token, something that, if that company wants to cease operation, it's not going to be incredibly detrimental to users. I'll give you an example. We've looked at things like the install calendar. We've had a lot of requests from people who want us to integrate with a specific provider for that. We look at, it's a really integral part of Powercode, and so if we were to rip out the Powercode piece and replace it with an integration, and then that partner completely change their model or whatever, it would obviously be a big detriment. On the flip side, you look at somebody like ProPay, right? If some strange reason they decided to stop running credit cards, there's a lot of other options out there. Okay, the forum. So the forum's been pretty active this year. It's a really good place to discuss with other users things that are going on in Powercode. We've got quite a few people in this room that are pretty active on there. We do look at the forum a lot, and the thing that's nice about the forum is we really get to see feedback from a variety of people about what features are important to them, what they're really looking for, and how other people think things should be built. We're also working on moving the wiki. I started at Powercode about 3.5 years ago, and the documentation was pretty much nothing. So the wiki was the first pass of trying to build a good repository for documentation. We've recently transitioned into a new support system, which if you guys have sent in any tickets, you will have seen. Part of that support system is a knowledge base, and the ticketing system will automatically find documentation related to the ticket you send in and send it to you. So we're trying to get everything moved to there and also get documentation put together for version 10. Okay, so last thing I'll say in the forum, there's been a couple of posts where someone will start flipping out because we haven't solved that problem. It's not the official support method. We don't always look in there every day. If you have a problem, you don't want to call it support of Powercode. That's the best place. Okay, so version 10. So when I started here 3.5 years ago-ish, version 10 had been in production for a little bit. We did a convention. We talked about version 10 features in there. As many of you know who were customers then, kind of cleaned house, changed a lot of things, began rewriting a lot of Powercode from the ground up. And all of the work that had gone into version 10, we threw it out. So since then, we kind of stepped away from looking at another major version release as being very important. What we really looked at is, fixing the things we had in there, adding new features, and that's what we've been doing. So we're coming up on a time where we're going to have a lot of new stuff coming in to a single version. It seemed like the right time to move to version 10. So there's some significant changes from a feature perspective as well as from an implementation perspective, and that's what we're going to go through today. So version 10 is pretty close to beta right now. The goal is to get it out to customers that want to be part of the beta mid-November. If you're not a member of our beta program, you can join. There's a link within Powercode in the help menu. You have to be a little brave. It's beta, so I would recommend it if you're gun shy, but if you really want to get on version 10, that would be the quickest way. The other thing that's important to say with V10, it's not going to be an automatic upgrade. Right now, all of our upgrades are one click. We're going to assist in the migration So goal is really for the public release in December. I really only have January on there because if it pushes too close to Christmas, we're gonna push it out, but goal is to get it out.
Will it be automated by the time you do a public release?
No. So 9 to 10 is never going to be an automated figure. You'll see why in a minute. It's not. We'll go through it. Okay, so Vision 10's got tons of new stuff in it. One of the first things that we started working on was a commission system. So every single new customer we sign up, first question we get is, what does each commission model do? What can a manager do? What can an installer do? And unfortunately, over the 12 years or so of Powercode's life, features have been put in these different levels, and there's never been a very good track of what they are. So a normal response is a manager can do managerial stuff, and an installer can do installer stuff. And so, we've known for a long time we've really got to rebuild the whole commission system and make it granular, allow people to define what each person does in the organization. Our perspective of managerial stuff is probably different than some of you us. So, I don't know if these screenshots are really going to run very well in here, but really what we have is we've maintained all the existing commission groups. So you have installer, you have manager, owner, admin, all those kinds of things. And we've taken all the permissions that those groups have today, created a group that maintains those permissions, and moving forward, all these built-in groups are going to be locked. So if you, for some reason, really like the way our permissions are today, you can just keep using those groups. As we add new features, we'll add the new permissions into those groups. Nothing will really change for you. If you don't like them, you'd like to build your own groups, you can now do that, and we have every single permission available for you to associate with those groups. Some of the features we have in there is things like cloning an existing group. There's literally 500-600 permissions in Powercode now, and so having to select those all individually would be kind of painful. So if you, for example, have someone in the manager group and you just need to add one feature to them, or you want to remove a permission, you can clone that manager group and manipulate the individual permission in there.
Your permissions will not be automatically added to the clone groups, just to the build groups?
Right. So when you clone a group, it doesn't maintain what it was cloned
So
from.
you're
It's
going to have to
really
go back
just
and update it.
Yeah. So what will happen there, and this is the one part that's going to be a little tricky. Let's say we add a new feature in Powercode, like, I don't know, pictures of cats, right? And we have a new permission for that. We're not going to know which of your groups you want to have access to that new feature. And so, we'll continue to maintain our built-in groups like installer, and we may say, okay, installers get access to pictures of cats. But the new groups you've made, you'll have to go in and add those new permissions to them as you see fit. So the way I see people probably using this is that your main admins are going to continue to have either admin or owner, and they'll get access to everything. And then if you're maintaining a group to get through tech support, you kind of manipulate those as time goes on.
On your build groups, you say you can't edit them. Can you allow and disallow in a group? An installer, can you say allow him to do this, but you have another installer that you don't want to have that function?
So not with the built-in groups, but what you would do is create clone
Just create-
installer.
that's what you get,
Right,
clone.
exactly. So you can clone it, you can make installer 2 or something.
So the historical information each user is still going to be visible. Right now, you want to do a user line for everyone. So if you set them to be able to do a certain category or group, you have to recheck that. Is that going to be shown in this version and also working conditions as well?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if we have a user set up, any of the settings that are in there, or we have different categories, it doesn't show the ones that are currently checked.
Oh, okay.
Like every time you go in to edit a user.
The custom groups?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, those would be all checked. We've redone that.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't get the
Yeah.
question. Could you repeat?
So when you edit a user today, you can select which customer groups they have access to. So today it doesn't show what's currently selected, it just lets you reselect. So that's a bug really that we fixed. I don't know how well you guys can really see this, but what this is really showing, if I go to the next tab, is that permissions also have a parent system. So you can have a permission which might be, like in this case, the ability to check off other people's installs. We also have a permission that allows you to check off your own installs. So to be able to select the ability to check off others, you have to be able to check off your own. So we have a system where you can't give somebody permission, but gives them a permission you wouldn't expect them to have. You have to explicitly go through that chain of parent and child permissions to do it. It's just another view of.
Simon,
Yeah.
is there a way to maybe kill some lights a little bit?
Yeah, can you guys
Easier to
see?
see or screenshots?
Yeah, sorry. I think it's really just the resolution on this project.
Oh, that's fine.
Great, but, we'll kill some. This is really just a view of the quantity of permissions. I mean, what we really tried to do was be very specific with the permissions. We've gone on the side of really having maybe too many, but it's not enough. Pretty much everything that's in there, if it would not fit into another permission, we've made a unique permission for it. And, I think this will give a lot of flexibility for you guys to build your own groups, give access to the things you're looking for. Okay, so we went through some questions. Anyone have any other questions?
You mentioned cloning permission.
Yep.
Does the group that was cloned from the group have any inheritance of permission changes?
No, so question was, when you clone groups, do they inherit anything from each other? So they only would at the time you clone, right? We don't track where it
It's not
came from.
ongoing.
Right, exactly. So we looked at doing that because I thought, when we add new permissions, it's going to be difficult for you managing these groups. You'll have to know you want to go add those new permissions to groups you've made. But on the flip side, we didn't want to have these groups that you've explicitly built and we're magically going and adding stuff to them you don't really know about. So as of right now, if you make a unique group, it's on you to add new permissions to it, maintain it even as time goes on. And we're open to feedback on that.
Well, if you're cloning it from a group, you basically want to emulate that group, except for a few different changes you might add or remove.
Right. So then the question there is, are you cloning it because you want the new group to have the full permissions that group has today? Or are you cloning it because you want it to continue to inherit permissions from that group going forward? Right? And then if Jesus logs in and changes the original group, should that then move to the, there's a lot of potentially difficult questions there. And so, we felt like making the new group be standalone was probably cleaner. The only real downside. Yes, exactly. Right. So the reason we really put the clone in there was that we just thought probably the most likely scenario is you have somebody in like tech support group, and they just need to be able to also do something. So you want them to have everything they have today. You just want to add a permission or remove a permission. So without cloning, you would have to make a new group, put them both side by side, and go, okay, click, right? Whereas now you just clone them and you add or remove that one permission.
So now we can add new features that have new permissions. Can we flag the users who don't have a, enable or disable, something that it doesn't even include that permission?
Well, so as we added the new feature, your groups would include that permission. They would just include it as disabled.
Okay.
So it would be in there. You would
It
accept
would be
it.
that it's set disabled.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Simon,
Yeah.
will you be able to set permission groups per unique custom report? So if I build a custom report, I want one permissions group to see, I allow only that group to see that custom report.
No. So the difficulty there would be, not that it could be done.
Can you repeat the question before you answer? We can't hear.
Sorry, yes. Adrian asked, if you build custom reports, can you have permissions per custom report rather than just viewing the custom reports? So you cannot, we could add that, but right now the permissions are all hard set in the database, so we have to have something that would generate a new permission for each report. That's probably a good thought though, especially for somebody with a lot of custom reports. So we're actually looking at, really trying to build the custom reports to be a stronger piece, and probably not right away with intent, but let's take those to get permissions for custom reports.
So you don't do nested groups, right?
You don't want,
Nested groups?
no.
So you would clone, if you clone a group, does it keep the users associated with the group that you
No.
clone?
So if you clone it, everyone that was in the old group will remain in the old group, and you have to move them into the new group. So we looked at doing that kind of, being able to assign multiple groups to a single user. But it gets, like, it's a nice feature. It gets difficult when somebody's got a lot of groups and you're trying to figure out why they can or cannot do something. And so we thought, at least in the beginning, it was probably easier for everybody to, have to have a single unique group. But no, like if you clone it, you have to go, well, so I take that back. You can, within the group definition, control all the users that are in there. You don't have to go edit each user individually. So on that group page, there's a list of users. You can delete as many as you want and add as many as you want while you're editing the group. So it's pretty easy, but you would still have to.
Do you now also have a role for a reseller? So that to set up his own customers and get associated with those customers and schedule installations for those customers as a reseller?
So the question was about if you have resellers, being able to schedule your own installs and stuff like that for those customers. So it wouldn't really be part of the group, so it won't be the customer group feature that we have in there. So you can create customer groups today, and you can say individual users can only access specific customer groups, and then they can also only see those customers in those groups. So the permissions would write on top of that if you gave yourself the ability to only see group A, then you could only schedule installs for group A if you had the install permission.
Got it. Okay.
Reseller's kind of an interesting scenario. I recently had a situation where somebody needed to look at some stuff in Powercode that basically we're buying another WISP. I did not want him as a reseller, for lack of a better term, to be able to see my financials, but I didn't have any way really to lock him out. I think I made him an installer or a manager or something, where he didn't have access to that, but he wouldn't have access to his network stuff either.
Right, so this would make that easier to a degree. The customer group functionality is more around the customers. If you were sharing network infrastructure and stuff, that's still more difficult. It's not really a way to lock infrastructure equipment into a customer group. You could definitely keep him out of the financial reports, but he wouldn't be able to have his own reports either. They'd be system-wide.
Take notes of it.
Yeah, the reseller piece has been, we've started getting asked about that quite a lot. There's obviously a lot of complexity there, and it's kind of on the list, but lower than some things. What I mostly see people do is run multiple Powercode instances, which I realize is not optimal, but it's kind of a solution for today. The other problem with resellers is, like today, there's no way to have invoices with separate logos and customer portal with two separate company logos and that kind of stuff. So something else we are looking at. Okay, any other mission questions? Okay. Okay, so next thing is billing for voice services. So this has been dragging on for a little while. Something we've been working on for quite a bit. We did originally plan to release this as a 907 release. I think with where it's at today, we've decided to just bundle it into V10. It would be about the same timeline for completion. So it should be out around that same December timeframe. Okay, so the voice billing, we've had a lot of people asking about this. We've sent out some emails, we've had some discussion. This is purely a billing module right now. We don't plan to make this something that's going to integrate with anybody. It's not going to provision anything. It's not going to control anything. It's purely about billing. It does allow you to do a lot of management inside Powercode, track the numbers you have available, your services, your calling areas, and all that kind of stuff. But it's not going to go provision an ATA or push a config to a soft switch or do anything like that today. So this is what it is. Our plan is to make this so you can use it with anybody. We don't want to have to worry about which VoIP provider you're using, or even if you're not doing VoIP. It's built around standards, so we import CDRs, which is list of calls, call records, and then we pass that based on how you configure Powercode. And we try to make it flexible enough to get CDRs in multiple formats. One of the things I've been asking when I talk to people doing VoIP is, how do you get your call records from your provider? And every single person has given us something completely different. So we realized we had to build something that's going to be configurable enough to support that. So, what we have inside Powercode now is the ability for you to track all of your available DIDs. So this is showing a list of all the DIDs that you have in Powercode. Some of them are associated with a customer, and some of them are not. So it'll let you look and see how many free DIDs you have, how many you have assigned, who they're assigned to. And like all the other reports we have in Powercode now, you can export this to Excel or something to work with it outside of Powercode and filter by different columns and all that kind of stuff. So you can see all of these, and they can be DIDs from different providers. You know, if you have 3 or 4 providers, and you get separate DIDs from them all in there. Also, if you have DIDs, I don't think most people doing VoIP have this problem, but if you were selling where you only had DIDs in certain rate centers, and you had to use them in a specific area, you can track them that way as well. So after doing all your DIDs, you build local calling areas. So this is another way we're trying to make it so you can self-service in different areas very easily. You're really defining in here what the prefixes or area codes are that are going to be treated as local. And then this local calling area gets associated with a customer service when you add it to an account. So you could hypothetically have a customer that has 10, 20, or 100 different voice services where the calling areas are unique for each number. And that's probably fairly unusual, but have the ability to do that. Okay. So next part's international calls. So this is a big part we talked to a lot of people about, was international calling. And what we found is that even people that are using a separate system that bill voice today, international billing can be difficult. The rates can change very frequently, and it can be difficult to really bill people at a good rate. So we've got some customers today that are doing their billing outside of Powercode that are just not even bothering to bill for international, or they're disabling international, or they're manually going through all the records and rating all the calls individually, which is kind of a nightmare. So what we have for international calling is we went and found every country and every calling code in the world, hopefully, and we built them into Powercode by default. So when you go into Powercode, you're going to see a list of how many countries there are in the world, and each of the calling codes for them. And these could also be separate, like you might have, landline calls in Iraq and mobile calls in Iraq that are a different area code and can be built differently. And then you can set the rates for all these areas. So we set a default rate, which is a catch-all. If there's a call that doesn't have a rate associated with it, we'll bill it at $1 a minute or whatever it is. And then you can configure all the other rates individually. So you also have a method for you to import a rate deck as a CSV that you would get from your provider, and will automatically update all your existing rates from that deck. So kind of the expectation here is you're going to get a rate deck from your provider relatively frequently. It's going to contain what the current rates are for international calls. You'll import it into here, and we'll just update it automatically. You probably won't touch this manually very much, hopefully.
So how does it, do you keep records in a historic record then? Because the new rates are going to be from that point forward.
Right.
So if you generate a report for last month, it will notify last month's rates?
So what you would want to do, it will not, but what you would want to do is be importing your CDRs regularly enough that we're rating them against the correct deck. So most people will get a CDR kind of either day by day or weekly or something like that. Or international rate deck will probably be on that same kind of schedule. So what you wouldn't want to do is import the international rate deck every day, but only put in the CDR once a month. You want to do the CDR before you do the international piece. That is, those kind of issues are some of the big ones we've looked at, and really, it's really complicated, so I mean, trying to streamline that process in that way, I think for most people it'll work, but if not, that's one we can work with. Okay, so then we have domestic calling areas. So what a domestic calling area is long distance, essentially. So the purpose of this is that you can define what would otherwise be an international area as a long distance area. So for most people, it's going to be, calls in the U.S., long distance, or calls in Canada, long distance. But one of the things you can do with this is you could also sell a service where maybe in the U.S. you have a special service where you can call Mexico for 20 cents a minute. well, you don't necessarily want to modify your international rate deck to 20 cents a minute because that would affect all services. So what you can do is create a service that would have a domestic calling area of Mexico and then say a long distance rate to 20 cents. And you can work it that way. So that's kind of the purpose of this. It also lets us use this worldwide very easily, assuming everyone's in the US. Okay, so CDR format. So we're trying to make it easy for people to get CDRs in here. The challenge is every CDR is different. And it's not even just that the columns are laid out differently. We've seen some CDRs where they give a start time and a duration. We've seen some where they give a start time and an end time. Some where you get the calling party number, build party number separately. So if you can see this at all, you have a source type at the top, which is either going to be a CSV, so a comma-separated file, or we can get it from a SQL database. And then you're going to build one column either in a database or a column in the CSV that corresponds to the specific data you're looking at. So we might say, column 1 is the calling party number, column 3 is the duration, and then if there's information in there you don't care about, you just wouldn't add it. Most people, all you're really going to look at is who made the call, where did the call go, how long was it? Those are the important things. We do have options in here to also pull in things like fees and taxes. There's some providers, Epiphany being one in particular I know of, that will pre-rate the CDR, and they'll give it to you with what you should bill already in there. So this is our intent to be able to deal with those kind of CDRs as well. They're the only one I really know of that does that today, and they do it as a way to simplify billing. In a sense, it actually makes it more difficult for us, but I think this will make that deal work. Okay. So the other thing that we have seen is that for some people you can only get the CDR either through an API or it's sitting on an FTP server or it's in some way we have to automate that's not necessarily as simple as what we have. So what we've done for that is we have this auto CDR employment feature. So you can do your own CDRs by hand. If maybe they get emailed to you once a week, you can just go in and upload them. But for anyone that has a method of getting them automatically, you can define as many auto methods as you want. And in here, you select the CDR format you previously configured, the method of retrieval, which can either be by SCP, by FTP, or by running the script, and then where we're going to get it from. So by running the script is kind of the method we can put in there for the more complex ones. We can work on that script with you. You can write something yourself. You can have your VoIP provider do it. But this would execute that script, and then that would output the CDR format we're looking for. So if we have to get it through an API or something, that would be the way to do it. Okay, so after it's been imported, you'll be able to see how the CDR has been classified. It's going to show you each call, the duration, how much it's going to get billed, what it's classified as. And then you can go in and reclassify individual line items if there was a mistake and you need to change something. This is really generally just for review. You can look and make sure everything's been rated the way you would expect. Generally, after you've done a couple of CDRs, you probably won't look at this very much. Once you know it's working, it should just work. Okay, so this is our unreadable screenshot of the service page. So we've actually redesigned the service page in V10. This is how it looks currently. We've converted it to the new Powercode style for version 10. But a couple of the important things in here is you have a few different options to configure. You have the number of local minutes, which could either be unlimited or a set amount, and then the amount you want to bill for local calls after that. You have the number of long distance minutes. The same deal, you can do unlimited or a set amount and a rate to bill after that. Then we have an international rate adjustment type, which can be two things, either a fixed amount or a percentage. And so the intent of this is that you build your international rate deck to show the rates you are being billed, and then you can define the voice service to add on a certain amount to every international call. So you can either add a percentage, you could add 20% on top, or I can add 20 cents a minute to every call. Something like that. Then we have the number of DIDs that can be associated with the service, which again can be unlimited. Or if it's not unlimited, you can define a number of free DIDs that come with the service. the maximum number of DIDs a service can have, and then what they cost us for additional DIDs. So our goal here was to make it very flexible for you to define a service that's going to automate the vast majority of the billing. You control your local minutes, the local rate, long distance, international, the number of DIDs they can get. And then when the service is added, that's all going to get calculated as part of the CDR import. And if a rep goes in and adds another DID for somebody, you've already controlled in here how many they can have, if they can pay an additional fee for that. There's no adding one-time charges for it or any other services.
So is there a place for flat rate fees in that account?
Question was about flat rate fees. I assume you're thinking about things like USF.
Yeah.
So that's going to be part of taxes. We haven't gone to that part yet, but the plan is to add the ability to do a flat rate tax rather than a percentage based. I think it probably fits better there. Realize that's a big part of VoIP. There's a lot of fees, there's a lot of taxes. Today, all our taxes are percentage based. Doesn't necessarily work for USF. The workaround most people have done today is to look at the cost of the service, figure out what the USF incentive would be, and figure it that way, but I realize that's not optimal, so we are going to fix that. Okay, so once you've created these services, you can associate them with a customer, and it's going to show you what service they have, how many DIDs are associated with that service currently, what the price is, and then below that it will show you all the users' DIDs, what the local and domestic polling area is for that service, and then the service the DID is associated with. Try to make this very powerful. If you add additional voice services, you can easily migrate DIDs between services. If you replace a service, you can migrate DIDs. If you delete a service, you can replace it with another service and migrate the DIDs. So we realize there's going to be a lot of need to do those kinds of things, especially if you have, for example, a business with 100 DIDs and you need to move 10 to another service. Try to make them pretty easy, pretty streamlined. Okay, so I think these are pretty common definitions. This is how we define things in Powercode. Local is local, domestic is long distance, international is anything else. It's really the only types of calls that are out there. Your other option would be calls that are within the local network. So if you had somebody with a DID of 123 calling 456, this might be two people within the same building. Unless you've defined those specific prefix lengths as a type of calling area, they would get rated as internal today and they would be billed. So you have the ability to define a method of billing for those, but today the internal stuff like that would just be ignored. Okay. So we also allow you to look at all the calls. So we have a complete history of calls for a specific user, and it's going to show you when the call was made, the duration, who the customer was, all that kind of stuff. You'll be able to filter these by billing period, so you can look at them forever, or you can look at them within a specific billing period. The other thing we do is make them available to the customer in the customer portal, and they get the same thing. They can look by billing period. This is displayed kind of in the method we display most data in the portal today. We're actually going to add these to a dedicated tab that has the same table system Powercode has, so they can filter it and sort it and export it to CSV if they want to, and all that kind of stuff. So this will give you a good way of presenting this data to customers, which for a lot of you is probably a requirement. Without you having to send anything out, run a separate portal for what you want. So again, this is coming out of the CDR. This isn't something that you have to do anything extra for. This is more okay. So this is kind of a recap of what we went through. We've tried to strike a balance between making it flexible and making it easy. We looked at a lot of other billing systems that do invoice, make very complex methods of defining new CDRs where you have to know regular expressions and write scripts and do all this crazy stuff. And we hope what we've built has enough power that everyone's going to be able to use it. I don't know that yet, especially with all the different CDRs and methods we've seen. It is possible we'll have to add more, but be interested in feedback from people that are doing voice today to see exactly what will work. So future plans, we would like to do some provisioning and integration with specific providers. Some of the polling that we've done, it looks like a lot of people are using Epiphany and then Sapiens and the Wisp world. That's definitely not true for everybody. So we realize, anything we build, we're going to have to build for a variety of providers. Once we start doing any kind of provisioning and integration, we're going to look at one of the most commonly used providers off first. So, yeah, this will be a great forum topic for us to find out what we should look at first. And really, we're going to get this out. This is our first pass of voice billing. I'm sure there will be people that come and say you can't use this because you don't have apps and they work on apps. But for now, I think at least it seems like it meets most people's needs. Okay, so there's a couple of people I talked about. We've already been working with Epiphany, so they've actually been building a system already to write straight into the database with billing. I'm kind of hopeful that they'll be able to tie into the system instead and use this, but we'll see. And then we've had quite a few discussions with that station already, so those are not too bad. All right, voice billing questions? Yes.
What happens when a customer goes delinquent?
It's a good question. Question mark. What happens when a customer goes to market? So, nothing. So, because we're not integrating with any provisioning, they wouldn't get, well, take it back. If their ATA was on the account and we shut off their service through the VMU, that would sort of go shut off their voice service as well. It depends on your methodology as to whether or not you want that to happen. So we've got some customers doing voice today, and I've seen them do it one of two ways. They either do want to shut it off, or they don't. Right? So if you don't want to shut it off, the simplest method is to make sure the ATAs are all put in individual subnets and whitelist them.
That's what I done.
Yeah. So that's really the easiest way. The messy one is where people are putting ATAs in the same subnets as everything else. Don't really have a good solution to that. But I don't, do you not shut them off because of a legal requirement or just because you don't want to?
I've seen it as a liability.
Because they don't have 911 and stuff anymore.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing you could do is you could put in the open access list the soft switch or whatever that the ATs are connected to. If it goes to a single IP or a range of IPs, now it always allow them to get to that. So that's the other way to go. So I think it seems to me that most people have the same mindset. They don't want to shut off voice. So when we get into the provisioning piece, it'll probably be the same thing, but unless you go to non-active, it would deprovision the ATA. It would really just be building config files and we have to push it and stuff. I'd be interested in kind of feedback.
Sure.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. So next part's the BMU. So a big part of V10, we're doing the BMU again. When I first started Powercode, we had the option of an image stream as a BMU or a CentOS box. Neither of those were great. The problem we had with the CentOS boxes was, number one, you had a server with CentOS on it we were trying to use as a router. And people would put CentOS in all kinds of random pieces of hardware and hope that it would work. It was definitely not user-friendly. Difficulty with image stream was we had no control over the box, so we couldn't put any new features in it. They were fairly expensive for what they were, and we were relying on a third party. So one of the first things I did when I started there is we built our own VMU, which we've been shipping for about 3 years now, and we've been pretty successful with that. However, we made a lot of concessions when we built that new VMU. So the concessions were we couldn't really drop support for image stream at that time. We couldn't really drop support for the existing VMUs, and so we had to build something that would fit into that model. It had to basically be the equivalent of an image stream with a Powercode logo on it from an integration perspective. Also, I had not been there for a long time. I was still getting to grips with the code base and it seemed like an instrumental project to try and redo everything. But it has been bothering me for 3 years. So part of V10 was fixing that problem. So part of V10 will be going to version 3 of the BMU firmware. It's a very significant change, which I'm going to go through here now. And hopefully you guys will look at it as very beneficial. There's a lot of good stuff in there. We're going to support all of the BMUs we've shipped. The reason we're dropping the UV Max is the boards have been end of life for years. They were the ubiquity rental stations that we were using. They're really underpowered. You know, they can really only handle 100, 200 users at the most. And really, there's very few of them left in the field. Literally, you know, a handful, maybe 10 at the most that we have out there. So it's not really worth the effort for us to keep supporting those. If you have a UV Max, let us know. We'll work with you to get you a new box. I don't think there's even anyone here with one, but I could be wrong. The other big thing is we're dropping every other BMU at this point. You know, we've been telling people for 3 years that they're all going away. Same deal with, you know, the in-stream CentOS BMUs. I don't think we have any CentOS BMUs left in the field. I think there's a handful of in-streams maybe. And with the changes we're making, it's just not feasible to keep supporting the legacy integration. So that is going away. Okay, so big benefits. One of the things I've hated about the BMU forever is the rebuild requirement. So why this ever existed was when we had the CentOS BMUs, no one knew how to configure all of the, you know, interfaces, NAT, everything for IP tables. You would have had to have known Linux networking in and out to configure a CentOS BMU by hand. So the solution to that was that somebody who built that before I was there built into Powercode the ability to define your subnets, your CPU ranges, and then you can push it from Powercode to the CentOS BMU. So the way they did that was to build a configuration file line by line of all the IP tables, rules, and everything else. They push it into that box. The box would execute it, and then hopefully it would all work. Well, the downside is hopefully it would all work. You never knew if someone had made a change, it was going to conflict with it. It was very hard to validate that everything had done what it was supposed to. So the solution there was wipe out the whole existing config, reapply the new one. So when you get to have thousands and thousands of customers, that process takes minutes. So when you rebuild a BMU, it goes, basically drops the network for how long it takes to reapply, which is clearly suboptimal. Nicest thing I can say, I guess. So no more rebuilds. The new BMU, nothing you do, well, if you start deleting IP addresses off interfaces, you reboot it, I guess. But nothing saying that you do will ever impact customer traffic. Whether you have to push configs out of Powercode, you configure it in the BMU directly. It's all non-customer impacting. We also really wanted to improve the rate limiter. You know, there's big things people ask us for all the time: burst buckets, time-based bursting. You know, there's issues where when you fill up the rate limiter, people's latency increases if they fill it up with one service, it affects other services. So big improvements there. And it's just really making it easier for us to build on this in the future. This is a brand new from scratch box. Don't have to worry about existing integrations, don't have to worry about other providers, and start it over from ground up. So this is a little bit of the interface. It's, you know, fairly similar to what you're used to today. You've got your config along the top, you've got, you know, the data along the bottom, you can see the CPU service status up at the top, all that kind of thing. So it should be fairly familiar. We try to give a lot more data in this BMU. So now, for example, on the last slide, we had the CPU shown by type of usage. So this is really helpful for looking when, you know, we have people that really push the BMUs to the limit, and that's cool. But, you know, you might have an NX that we rate for sort of 1,000 to 1,500 users. People are running them up to 3,000 to 4,000 users. And so being able to really see the CPU breakdown will help us diagnose that, you know, you have too many people on here or exactly what's happening. A lot of the configuration is now done on the BMU. So the BMU has really become a standalone router. You can configure it as a standalone router. It doesn't have to be tied into Powercode anymore. And each BMU can have a unique redirect IP, so you kind of see why this is important in a few minutes. So a big thing we've done here is separated the physical configuration of the box from Powercode. Today, another common, almost every customer Jake signs up, they get the BMU, they unbox it, and they say, I plugged it in, but I can't figure out how to configure the interfaces. Well, you do it all through Powercode. Well, now you don't. So you have this box, it's a standalone router, you can log into it, you can put IPs on interfaces, you can bridge interfaces together, you can change the MTU, you can turn interfaces off, you can create physical interfaces, add VLANs, remove them. All that stuff's done right in the box. You don't have to rebuild, no customer impact. What we do have in Powercode is the pieces that are kind of abstract. So things like an address range that you're putting customers into, now it doesn't really have to correlate to anything. You know, it could be a remote range, it could be a local range, whatever it is, we don't care anymore, you just build a range. So it gives you a lot more flexibility as well. Small screenshot just showing adding some IP addresses onto an interface. Okay, so as I was saying, we have the IPs through the VMU now, no customer impact. Big thing this really gives you is the ability to maintain interfaces on the VMU that have nothing to do with Powercode. Today, we have very stringent requirements about your billing server has to be upstream of the VMU, and the reason for that is that when you rebuild, it drops all the LAN interfaces. Well, if the LAN interfaces drop, the billing server on the LAN side is kind of in trouble. So now you can create an out-of-band management interface on the VMU. You can have a dedicated port for the billing server on the VMU. You can plug your servers directly into the VMU. You can fully handle all that stuff however you want. OSPF configuration's been improved, so very small shot of some of the OSPF config. So right now, OSPF config's pretty basic in the VMU. In our new one, we've got authentication support in there. The neighbors update in real time. We're working on adding OSPF v3, which should be for IPv6. Right now, we only have v2 in there, but v3 is coming very soon. System logging, we've got some unintelligible text there, but you can kind of see on the top, there's a variety of different logs now. So in the VMU today, we have a single system log. Everything goes into there. It's very difficult to look at. You know, you only get a very small subset of it, and it's scrolling really fast if you have a lot of DHCP going on. So we've now broken out the system log, the DHCP log, and the OSPF log as individual pages. We still have a remote syslog in there. New log's really been streamlined to show you the stuff you need to see. And one of the most requested features we have is the ability to see dynamic DHCP leases. So we do have that in the VMU as well. Okay, so big changes in the rate limiting. So in the old VMU, there's a variety of different rate limiters you can use in Linux. We used to use one called the hierarchical token bucket, and we've switched to this fast service curve. It doesn't really matter how these are different particularly, but it gives us a lot more flexibility controlling the rate limiting in different ways. So two things we've added that are pretty significant. We now have a burst bucket style bursting. So today we only have sustained burst. You can say this service is 2 megs down and a burst of 5 megs. And today, as long as there's throughput available, like I'll get 5 megs all day. Now you can say burst is 5 megs, but only over a 60-second period, or 20 seconds, or 10 minutes, or 3 days, or whatever you want. We've also added fairness queuing, so this is a little bit more taxing on the CPU of the VMU, but it makes a huge difference to how the rate limiting takes place. So, for a couple of examples, you know, today, very noticeable impact is if a customer fills up their upstream. Once the upstream is filled, there's no space for other streams, and their connection is really impacted. Their ping times get very high. If they try and say they're filling their upstream and they try and make a VoIP call, it's going to be very poor performance. So with the new box, this is kind of the difference now. So with your upstream full, you probably get 1,000 milliseconds a day. Now you get an increase of about 5 to 10 at the most. We also, with the Fed queuing, one of the things it does is it will split each flow. So really, you know, Netflix, Skype, World of Warcraft, whatever else they're doing, we have a queuing mechanism where those different flows get put into a queue, and they're treated in essentially a round robin fashion, but it also depends on the packet size. So generally, customers won't notice anything's being done, but what will happen is, let's say they have a 2 meg downstream, and they're streaming Netflix at 2 megs. They can't do anything else, right? It's completely full, and Netflix looks great. They're getting whatever 2 meg Netflix looks like. But then they try and do something else. They try and make a Skype call, or they try and play a game, and the latency's all over the place. It's terrible. With the Fed queuing system we have, Netflix is up here at 2 megs. The queue knows it wants 2 megs. You try and make a Skype call, it needs 100K. It'll look at both of those and shrink down Netflix to 1.9 or 1.8 or whatever we need it to be. Insert the Skype in the queue, and then they'll get processor around Robin fashion. Skype will work fine, Netflix will work fine. Obviously, it's going to use a little bit less bandwidth, but everything continues to work. So you can scale this to be doing, you know, Johnny's playing Counter-Strike over here, Mary's watching Netflix, and you try to make a call, everything will just work.
Simon, a crazy question, but you know, we run a lot of 900 megahertz APs that can only do 3 meg at a time.
Yeah.
Will this be able to sense if the AP is maxed out versus the customer?
You're jumping out of my slides. I, but, yeah.
What about multiple Netflix streams for the customer? Johnny's in the bedroom, Ron Dad in the living room, Susie's in the bedroom, all three of them are the Netflix streams.
So they would get fair queued like that, so they'd get a third each.
It would.
That might not necessarily be what you want as an ISP operator, and so a little later on in here, we've got some solutions for dealing with things like Netflix directly. But yeah, what would happen in that case is on a 3 meg connection, they get roughly a meg each. Okay, so there's some pretty big changes here. There's a lot of things that we've left alone for a long time. It's just the way they were. You know, we've been working through other things. But now we have some fairly big changes with this being one of them. So in the past, a decision was made whenever the BMU functionality was first built. The bandwidth was going to be tracked and limited on a per device basis. So what this means is if you have a customer account and they have a 10 meg service, if you add 3 devices onto the account, each device gets 10 megs. Now in most cases that doesn't matter, because in most cases you add the SM management interface and you add the SM's NAND interface, the customer's router, whatever it might be. The customer gets 10 megs and everything's fine. Downside is if you would add 100 devices on there, all those devices get 10 meg each. So this has now been changed. Rate limiting is on a per account basis, so everything on the account shares a single bucket. There's no more distribution between devices. The downside of this is that the way we do the historical bandwidth graph on the accounts today is that we would look at that rate limit for each device and we would graph it. Now, because everything's in the same bucket, we can't tell individually which device is generating the traffic, so you're now going to have a single account graph for usage. However, if you really want to graph the individual devices, you can use SNMP on the SM Ethernet interface. You can, you know, anything that's graphable through SNMP, you can look at those individual devices that way. The other thing with this is that you will no longer be able to easily see that, for example, maybe you push a firmware update to an SM and it was 10 megs, and that 10 meg would be counted within that bucket. So you technically, if you do a usage-based billing, you'd be billing that customer for a 10 meg firmware update, maybe once a month. But you can now exclude that traffic being included in a bandwidth gathering and a rate limiting, so you can take your SM management interface, put it outside the rate limiter, put it outside the bandwidth gatherer, and then you can push it at full speed for firmware updates, and anything you do to it won't be included in that usage. That's something we recommend. Okay, so parent buckets, this kind of gets to what you're asking here. So, other problem with the burst today is that it kind of works like this. So, you define a burst limit on the BMU, which is typically the speed of your upstream connections, 100 megs, 100 megs, a gig, whatever it is. And then, as long as the BMU has not gone past that point, it will allow people to burst. Well, the problem there is, in this scenario, the BMU is at a 100 meg burst limit. You have an AP down here with a 10 meg aggregate rate or a 3 meg aggregate rate, and we're allowing people to burst on there because the BMU burst threshold isn't been exceeded, but the AP can only do 10 megs, so it doesn't really help. So in the new one, this is not limited to access points. I'm just using them as an example because it makes sense to most people in this room. But you can define a burst bucket for any device, and then all the customers associated with that device will contend within that smaller bucket. So you could, for example, on a 3 meg AP, say the burst bucket is 2 megs, and if there's more than 2 megs being used on that AP, no one's allowed to burst. You can say the bucket's 1 meg, 3 megs, whatever makes sense to you. You can define that burst bucket on that per AP basis. So now, customers connected to access point 2 would be contending for 10 megs of available burst. Access point 1, they contend for 80 megs. And then the BMUs at 100, both these APUs would contend within that BMU bucket. So get a lot more flexibility to control reversing. For an AP, this probably really makes sense to set the bucket below the max rate of the AP. So then if an AP is being lightly used, people can burst on it. If it's being heavily used, then we're just trying to give everyone that fits rate. So on things like 3 meg APs, this is probably still somewhat useless because I know you're paying, we have 900 megahertz APs, it takes one person watching Netflix to saturate the whole thing, but it at least gives you some more control. So the way this works is now when you're editing a device type, there's an option on the device type called parent. And what that does is it defines all devices of this type to be one of these smaller buckets. And you can then define an upstream and a downstream bucket size, and that's how much burst will be available for all children in that device. So, you know, there's some other systems that have features like this, and generally the way they've implemented it is you have to go to every AP and say, this AP is a 10 meg burst, this one's 20, this one's this. That seems like a giant pain to me. So the route we did it is on this device type basis. So you're going to say 900 megahertz APs have a 2 meg bucket, 450 APs have a 50 meg bucket, and you can create more granular device types if you want to. If for some reason you wanted a different bucket for 452.4 versus 455. And then customers also flow into these buckets automatically. You don't have to associate this, assuming you're using the auto parent-child, but they use the parent-child system. So we had a couple of problems here. One of the problems is that now that we're doing rate limiting on a per account basis, if you have 100 devices on there and they've all got a parent, we have to determine which is the best parent to use for all these devices in the bucket. The reason we have to do this is that even if you only have 2 devices, let's say you have an SM and a router, the SM is going to be what's the child of the AP. The router might not have a parent, but it's really the router that you want in that parent bucket. You really don't care about the SM. So what we do to select the parent we're going to use is we first get every possible parent on the account. We eliminate all parents that are not infrastructure. Then we eliminate all parents that don't have a parent bucket. And then if there's still multiple parents, we pick the one with the lowest equipment ID. Generally, by just using the first 2 criteria, you're either going to end up with a single parent or no parents. But in the case of the time, we go to the lowest ID. So the reasons we had to do this is you have a potential situation where I think it's probably rare that you have a situation where you have a customer account with 2 SMs on it that point at 2 separate APs. Which parent do we point them to? Well, in this case, they use the lowest equipment ID, which is kind of arbitrary, but you know, we had to make a decision based on something.
Like one of your owners who's hooked up his mom's house and his cousin's house.
Right. Yeah. So if you have people that are hooked up to multiple places, this could be problematic. If you're not going to use the parent buckets, it doesn't matter. If you are, and you had a situation like this, the workaround would be to make an individual account for every AP that's going to be connected to it and use the guarantor system to tie them all together. Generally, I really don't think this is going to affect hardly anybody, and it's going to be very rare if it does, but just be aware of the selection criteria. We will show what we've selected to be the best parent. You'll also be able to see the usage on the best parent on the customer's accounts. It's going to be pretty easy to see if it's okay, so kind of off the rate limiting back to the BMU. So one of the things now is because you're configuring the BMU on the BMU, you no longer have the entirety of the BMU configuration within Powercode. So if your BMU fails and you have to replace it, you can't just hit rebuild and get it rebuilt. So we check the BMU every 10 minutes for configuration changes. If there has been a change, we pull it in Powercode and restore it. You can then pull out, configure out Powercode, apply it to a new BMU, and have it back online very quickly. Bandwidth, we used to pull on a 10-minute interval and then a 1 minute. It's going to give you a lot more granularity on those graphs. You're really going to be able to see more specifically what's happening. We have a much better redirect and drop mechanism. Now this will affect people, and the reason we've made this change is today, the way this works is if somebody's delinquent and we're redirecting them to the redirect page, whatever that may be, we're redirecting all our outbound traffic. We still allow traffic that comes inbound. And so this was a decision made a long time ago, and it's really for 2 reasons. One is that Powercode originally was really focused on residential connections. And most of the time in a residential connection, customers can call you if they try and go to Google or Netflix or whatever people try to go to nowadays, and they get a redirect page. However, if you're a business, let's say you're running a data center and most of your traffic's inbound, today if you go delinquent, people can still get into your servers. The other problem is if you have something like a Canopy radio that has a management IP and you're adding it as an ad IP, if we block all inbound traffic when a customer's delinquent, you're not going to be able to get to the management IP anymore. However, we've really started to see a significant increase in people deploying Powercode in commercial networks. So not dropping inbound traffic has become a real problem. So now what happens is all outbound traffic on port 80 gets redirected. If it's destined for the redirect page, the billing server, or an open access IP, it's allowed. And anything inbound from any of those live IPs is allowed, everything else is dropped. So when you first upgrade, if you do nothing on a delinquent account, you're not going to be able to get to that SN because we're going to be dropping all the traffic to all the equipment on the account. So we have the ability to whitelist networks in Powercode and say this is always allowed no matter what. So as long as you have your management interfaces in different subnets, the customer interfaces and your customer's equipment, you can just whitelist those management subnets and you can still get to the stuff. This will be challenging if you don't do that. I think most people do that. If they don't, you'll end up, the workaround would be to flip the customer active, go to the equipment, do whatever you have to do, flip them on. Obviously, that's not much fun. But this really does what it should have always done, in my opinion. You shouldn't be able to have a customer delinquent by running a mail server and it's working. Okay, so this is the new configuration page for the BMU. Along the top, what those tabs actually say is IP address ranges, open access list, BMU details, and configurations in the event log. What you have shown there in blurry vision is the address ranges that are configured. And one of the things we're really doing, which I think is on this next slide, is you now have to have address ranges. In the past, you could jam in an IP and just say it's on each one. One of the big things with this change on the DMU is we don't care what interface a customer comes in on anymore. That's part of the added flexibility. But on that same token, you can't configure a customer on a particular interface. It's just on your customer-facing interfaces. So now you have to have IP address ranges for any IPs you want to associate with Powercode. In the past, if you were doing that, we called them DHCP ranges. You had to run DHCP. We have tons of customers that don't do DHCP, and we always go through this thing of just make them anyway. DHCP is going to run, just pretend it's not running. Right? We've taken that away. Now you can build a range. You can enable DHCP for that range or disable it. And all the DHCP configurations now per range. So it used to be a global lease time, it used to be global DHCP options. Now that's all per range. So if you don't use DHCP, now build ranges. You can use Powercode to manage those ranges. You can add a piece of equipment into that range. It will automatically find the first free address, etc. This is going to be one of the parts of migrating to version 10. If you do a lot of all interface config today, we're going to have some ways for you to migrate those into ranges, but that's a piece we're going to have to do. This is showing the configurations in Powercode. So really what happens here is every 10 minutes we check the BMU if the configs change. Pull it, we store the last modified time, and you can go back through time and pull whichever config you would want. So kind of a nice thing here is, let's say you have a BMU, you make a change to it, you break something. Instead of running around trying to figure it out, you just pull the old configs to do that in there. Or if a BMU fails, you have to replace it. If you buy a bigger BMU, you want to upgrade it, just pull the latest config and push it in. You can pull the BMU in real time, but they'll all be in Powercode for you as well. So a couple of notes here. The backed up config files are binary files. It's not a text file you can look at. Probably doesn't matter to most people, but FYI. This is all automated. We only keep them if they change. You're not going to end up with a billion backups into a billion one every 10 minutes. So you can always know the latest backup show is the very latest, and the one before that is the one before you change something. Okay, so to be clear about how much is in the BMU now, all your NAP is done in the BMU. We have support for port 41 to 1 NAP in there. we really separated anything that's a physical router configuration is in the VMU, none of it's in PowerCode anymore. All that's in PowerCode is a sort of abstract customer management pieces. So the nice thing with this is, again, same deal. You want to change that, there's no rebuild. You go and you can change the IP you're adding to, you can add a one-to-one NAT, you can add some port forwarding. You can do any of that stuff without any customer interruption down. Conversely, all the stuff you do in PowerCode is pushed in real time. There is no rebuild button anymore. If you add a new address range, it's immediately available. If you turn off the in a range, it's off. If you add a whitelist, it's whitelisted, any of that kind of stuff. We built pretty complex stuff that gave me a headache because I was building it for renumbering customers. Today, if you edit a range, the customers are in, and the IPs change drastically. PowerCode doesn't handle that very well. Today, it will tell you, here are the customers that will have to get new IPs, will automatically give up new IPs, will go change the reservation, will change the rules. All the stuff is done in real time. So now we have this status on the VMU. It's going to show good or bad, same as it always did. But we now have this sync or out of sync thing. So what out of sync means is that you've made changes, we have not been able to push them to the VMU within a certain time period. If that happens, then you're going to get a notification, you'll be emailed, there'll be an alert on the front page and it'll say out of sync on the VMU page. All you really have to do in that case is go in and hit the synchronize button and it'll all get resynced. This is not customer impacted. It will remove the rate limiting rules. It will remove the access rules. So it'll really take the VMU to be a plain router again. All the customers are still getting a line, and then we'll add back in the access rules, the rate limiters, one by one. So customers will begin to get limited. So when you synchronize, it impacts the network from the sense that nothing's being done to customers anymore, but they won't know. We've tested doing this, and you can synchronize it as a problem ping on any customers. So easy to do. Okay, so some of the big changes, right? We really want everyone to understand that this is a massive change for the VMU, really. Before the V3, if you put a VMU in the network, you had to go in and reconfigure all your subnets and PowerCode, whitelist everything, figure out where all your customers are. This was really one of the things, I think, that challenged people a lot as new customers. Number one, they had to understand there's this router that's kind of a router, that you really configure most of it in PowerCode, and they go put it in the network, and they call us and say, my God, all my customers are being redirected. So this is a way to try and simplify that. Customer interfaces had to be configured. This was another annoyance. If you had a ring, you couldn't bring that ring into the VMU. You had to know and define, my customers coming on E3 if they have this IP. Well, in a network with redundancy, that meant you had to put the VMU at some choke point where you control the interface they came into. That's no longer required. You couldn't change VMUs in a ring. If you really loved our VMUs and you wanted to put one in every tower and bring them together, you couldn't do that because each VMU only knew about its own customers. So when a customer came into a tower VMU and they were sent to another VMU, that VMU would drop the traffic because it would not know who their customer was. We dealt with some of this a little bit with the mirror group, stuff that I added about a year ago, but it's still a pain. Outbound traffic that deletes are a specific interface. So again, if you're on a ring and customers come in this way and traffic goes out that way, you couldn't do that. Traffic had to leave through a single interface. That is no longer the case. So now you can do this. If you want to put VMUs in a ring, you can. If you want to build, throw out all your Cisco's and buy 100 VMUs from Jacob, you can do that. So a user can now traverse multiple VMUs through any interface. So we've got strange shaped little man over here who's coming into this VMU. If there's a cut anyway, you can flow the other way. It's all just going to work. So this allows you to deploy VMUs in a ring. You can put them in towers. You can chain them together. There's been a lot of complex networks people have had that we've had to come up with creative ways of getting the VMU in the network. This is really a way of having to get away from that. It gives you the flexibility to deploy VMUs however you want. The other thing is we have some customers that do big commercial deployments, and they really wanted to put a VMU in the customer premise and be able to define that VMU as a customer VMU. We've got people doing that today. It's been challenging for them because we've had to get creative again. This makes it very easy to do that. So when you configure the BMU now, what we look at, this is kind of like if you're familiar with a Cisco PIX or something like that. You have this concept of really inside and outside. You don't worry about ETH0, ETH1, ETH whatever. We're just saying these are outside interfaces, these are inside interfaces. So inside means customers come in this way, outside means customers go out this way. That's all it really is. We also have an excluded state, and that means don't let Powercode touch this interface. I'm going to plug stuff in here like maybe the billing server or my mail server or something else. We're not going to do anything with it. We're just going to let it flow. So some of the uses for doing excluded. The thing is with the way we've changed the BMU, I mean, you really could deploy these as standalone routers now if you wanted to. I think, the functionality is still limited to common things people need. I'm not trying to build the next microtip or next Juniper or whatever, but they certainly can be used. I've sent some of these out to some of our customers to trial prior to this, and they've just deployed them as standalone routers and then network to test them. So you can do that. We used to have this VPN functionality in the BMU. It was a big pain. And we built a VPN from the billing server to the BMU. And it was a way to allow you to get to equipment within the billing server that was not on network. You don't need it anymore. We proxy all that stuff through the BMU now, so it really simplifies that config. The exception is if you're using the CNUT integration we had. I really don't have a good solution to that. I can't install CNUT on the BMU. Not a lot of people are using it. If you're looking at EPMP, it doesn't require CNUT. I'm hoping that means Cambium sort of realizing that the CNUT's a pain in the butt. They're going to bring that back in the 450, but we'll see. Bridging. So today, bridging is real limited. You can bridge ETH0, ETH1, that's it. Now you can build your bridges. If you're familiar with microtip in a very simple way, you create a bridge associated with faces with it.
From your last slide, does that mean that if you're on the billing server, you can still go through and look at equipment now? The intervision that was removed?
So,
Or am I skipping ahead yet?
no, no, it does not. We haven't brought back the intervision type thing. What it means is today, like the real-time grabs, those are sourced from the billing server. So if the billing server can't reach the equipment because it's in a different data center or something, they wouldn't work. So our solution to that in the past was you could configure a VPN from the billing server to the BMU, which is really hacky, I think. I mean, it worked, but wasn't the way we wanted to do it. Today, we'll just find the correct BMU, and then it will tell our BMU to pull these queries, and then the BMU will return it. The intervision piece is still gone. I know people really loved intervision. It just was fundamentally broken, and it's really insecure to have just a web-based proxy like that that isn't authenticated or anything. And we've, because so many people liked it, I am looking at other ways to solve that. I'm just not happening yet. But I know it was useful. Everyone, Powercode's owned by an ISP. I don't know if everyone knows that, but when I took intervision out, I got slapped a lot for that because lots of people used it, but it was broken. So I had to go, unfortunately. Okay, so some of the big points. BMU really is a router, and you can configure it, use it as a standalone router. So if you love our BMUs, you can use them all over the place. On subnet is gone. We will help people if you're using that today. We have some tools where you can build address ranges, and we'll run the tool and we'll automatically associate people in that range. This should be a big deal. Don't need to specify interfaces anymore, which is a big change, and we have a lot more flexibility. So things we don't have yet. IPv6. I know everyone's asking me about IPv6 every day. I wanted to get it in v3 BMU before we launched. With where we're at today, I think it makes more sense to get this out when people start using it. This is the #1 thing on my list to get in Powercode next. I know a lot of people aren't really using IPv6 that much yet, but we do have some customers outside the US that just can't get IPv4 space anymore. It's gone. We have a customer in New Zealand, and he said to me, I forget, PNIC, I think it is, that decides IPs there, but they just don't have IP, it's gone. All he can get is IPv6, so we're working on that hard. Firewall rules. This used to be kind of in Powercode, and we're planning on bringing it back, where you could define a rule and associate it with a service. So you could say, like on this residential service, only allow port 25 traffic to our mail server, or don't allow inbound port 25, or whatever. We're going to be bringing that back very shortly. We're also planning to add firewall rules in the BMU so you can control access to it. Part of the reason, I mean, this might seem kind of basic, part of the reason this is complex is we use a firewall to do most of the customer control. So we have to make sure this is built in a way that you can't do things that are all we need to do. That's kind of packet forwarding improvements. So you probably know, if you don't, BMU runs on Linux. It's great. You know, we can do a lot with it. It's very flexible. Everything's in software. So there comes a point where it just can't go any faster. You know, we can solve that problem to a degree by throwing bigger CPUs in it, which is what we've done for now. But we're looking at really being able to get multiple 10 gigs, things like that. You just can't do it today. So we're looking at some solutions to that. There's a couple of things on the horizon I can't get too deep into yet, but we're looking at solutions to really improve the performance of that packet forwarding. And this will be backwards compatible to every, except the UV Max that we're dropping, but every Powercode BMU we've ever sold, you'll be able to see the benefit of these improvements. Okay, so things we've gotten rid of. Some choices we had to make when building this. You know, not all. Some choices we had to make. So this doesn't mean everything's gone forever. It just means we had to make some selections to get this out in a timely fashion. One of these things is the auto speed limiter. I have hated the auto speed limiter since the day I started at Powercode. It sucks. It's really hard to configure. It's really hard to understand. Some people have eventually gotten it into a state that it works for them. Most people I've found have really used it because they wanted burst bucket functionality. It was the only way they could get there. So for now, we are going to rewrite it with another mechanism, but in the first release of V10, there is no auto speed limiter. I think for most people, the fact that we have the burst buckets now is going to replace it. And the sliding window mechanism I'm referring to is what the plan is to replace it. So the way that would work is, let's see the best way to describe it. You'd look at somebody's usage over a window, and that window would be time-based. So you say, like, look at someone's usage over the last 5 minutes, and if it's exceeded a certain amount of transfer, it wouldn't be a certain speed, but it would be a certain number of megabytes transferred, then you can apply something, right? So you can say drop it down to 3 megs or 4 megs. That window will move through time across their usage, and when that window is no longer being triggered, we will lift the rule. So it'll give you a way to say, you know, if a customer's pushing more than 100 megs every 5 minutes, drop it to 3 megs, and that will continue to be applied until the window no longer applies. One of the reasons we're looking at doing it this way is it's also how Procera does it, so it'll let us have something that fits the beginning of the Procera. But this isn't going to be in right away, and this is probably going to be driven a lot by demand. It's kind of complicated, and I don't know really if it's that useful to everybody. So if burst buckets don't replace auto speed limiter for you, let me know, because be interested in knowing how many people really need it. Okay, so radius service. You know, anyone that's using radius in Powercode today, which I don't think is many people at all, know that it's there's not much functionality there really. You know, a lot of people have tried to use it for things like PVPoE, and the goal has always been to have people use the BMU, right? And so we've never spent a lot of time working on radius. For now, you know, we just don't have time to really redo it. It's going to be out with the first V10 release. We will, again, build this back in. I don't think many people use radius in Powercode. There's a couple I know of, literally, but I don't think it's going to affect many people, but it's something to be aware of. Okay, so post-config rules. There used to be a section in Powercode where you could write IP tables, rules, Linux commands, and things that would be pushed to the BMU. This was, again, a hacky workaround for things that weren't directly supported. 99% of the time it was used for one-on-one that. You can now configure this on the BMU. Post-config is going away, will not come back. If there was anything else you're using it for, let me know. We will add it as a feature. I think really, with all the features we have in the BMU now, it's really going to be needed, but if you were doing something crazy with it, let me know. Okay, so big requirements. New BMU requires you to go to V10. It also requires your BMUs to be updated. So this is a process that's going to affect you and your customers. We're going to try and make it as easy as possible. It's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be terribly difficult, but it's not gonna be a one-click thing like it used to do. Obviously, we're gonna get the BMU configured, so there is gonna be some downtime there. So it's one of the things I mentioned earlier. We're gonna schedule with everybody to go to V10. So it's gonna take a little while. I'll get into the details of it a little later on, but it will be scheduled. We'll help you. You will have the ability to do the upgrade yourself. So if you want to do it at 3 in the morning or something, you can. We'll be available to assist. We'll go through your plans with you first. If you want us to hold your hand the whole way through, Jake will get up at 3 in the morning and help you. So we will. I mean, we're not gonna. We don't make this as easy as possible for everybody, but you know, if you're a Powercode wizard and you know you can do it, we'll let you do it. But we're gonna just take a look at your plans first. Okay, so we're also gonna release a new BMU. As part of the packet forwarding improvements we're looking at, we want a bigger box. Starting to get a lot of requests. People want 10 gig interfaces, they want more ports, they want all these different kinds of things. So we've designed what I think is a really nice box. Everything's hot swappable in it, the power supplies and fans. It's got multiple expansion slots. You can do 10 gig SFPs, gig SFP, whatever you want. It still all fits in one rack unit. So don't hold me to this, even though we're taping it, we're putting it on the internet. Our goal for this is somewhere between 20 and 30 million packets per second. I don't know until we've done everything that we're going to hit that goal, but that's the goal. So you're looking at being able to do multiple techniques through this box. Price-wise, again, I don't know. It's going to be somewhere between GX today, which is list price is $29.95. Probably somewhere between that and 5K. I don't know where we'll on that mark. Trying to keep it as low as we can, but with all the hot swappable pieces and the cards and stuff, you know, has a certain level of cost there. But it's pretty cool. We have it's not really a fan tray, there's individual fans in the back. You can pull them out in real time and swap them in, and makes it a lot cheaper if you have a fan failure to replace a single fan rather than the Cisco style having to buy a $40,000 tray full of $10 fans. Okay, so you're at 10:30, lunch is at noon. I have Prosera coming in to do some stuff next. We can keep rolling. I don't know how many questions you guys are going to have on the BMU. I expected a lot, but everyone looks kind of stunned, so I don't know. So I figure we'll roll through some questions, take a quick break, see where we're at after that. So, BMU questions? Anybody? Yes.
No questions, just thanks.
Oh.
That's all I gotta say. There's so many things in there I've been bugging you guys about that.
Yeah. I mean, I should say this because I'm representing Powercode, but I just hate the BMU. Like, I mean, we use it in our ISP, right? And every time I have to add a subnet, I'm like, I have to totally drop everything to do this. It's crazy. It's just, it's a long time to get here. I mean, this has been about a year in the making, so.
We had that problem a week and a half ago, I think it was.
Yeah. So that's, thank you.
So I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Do you have a DC powering option on the new BMU?
The question was about DC power. Yes. So on our GX today, which has hot swappable power supplies, we can put DC in there. I am 99% sure the chassis we have will take exactly the same DC power supplies as our GX BMU does. I still have to test it, but if it doesn't, then we'll have a different DC supply. It probably will drive the cost a little bit. I think on the GX today, the DC supplies are about another couple $100 a pop. Right? So probably we'll have a slight price difference, but yeah, the intent is to, and be able to mix and match too, so you have one AC, one DC, for some reason. Other questions? Yes?
With the new rate limiting that you have built into the BMU, how do you envision that functioning with these burst sustained modes? What is the,
Yeah.
you expect people to normally do now that that functionality is back to you?
That's a great question. So the answer is it depends. So I'll give you my thought process on it. With the canopy rate limiting, the reason we have that built in Powercode to push is that it's always better to rate limit as close to customers as you can for outbound traffic. Because if they're pushing UDP or something, we're going to drop it at the BMU, but they're still flooding it through the whole network, right? So if you're gonna have a BMU at the edge, and you're gonna deploy canopy, it's probably better overall to still have the canopy rate limiter in there. I don't know how the canopy rate limiting works from things like a fair queuing perspective. You won't really have a conflict there, you might lose some of the functionality, especially with things like bursting. If they have a bucket, we have a bucket, wants to stay in both those buckets. You try and get them as close as possible. So our bursting, it actually works the same way now for the bucket as canopy does, where the canopy one is byte-based. You configure it in Powercode as a throughput and a time, but we're really just calculating what that number of bytes would be for each bucket, so they'll probably work fairly well in tandem. If you were going to put BMUs at each tower, then I might say don't bother putting it in the canopy, just leave it wide open, because then we can do all the stuff natively in the BMU. We don't have to worry about any conflicts between them, how it's going to work. But I don't think most people set up that way there. So I think you'll probably use both and just deal with whatever the repercussions are.
I mean, I think we all really, with the canopy rate limiting, worked really, really well for
You know,
they just haven't kept up with the functionality and your ability to have that burst and sustain modes, but yet prioritizing void.
right?
And those other features you've added to BMU, I think really just, we might be getting to the point that just turning it off in the canopy equipment and doing it in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, textbook, you want to rate limit close to the customer, right? But generally, it doesn't matter. Most customers are not trying to flood you through your network. You know, a typical day-to-day operation probably doesn't matter that much. So I guess, yes, I agree. I mean, I think with what we have in there, it simplifies a lot of the prioritization because we're doing it within the queue. You know, you don't have to set up QoS and do DSCP tags like we do for the AP today. However, you'll probably see maximal benefit from that by putting BMUs as close to the customers as possible, because it's still traversing a lot of the network. If the bottleneck is the rate limiter, which it is in one cases, it would help, but if the bottleneck's the ER backhauls, we're still going to have the potential issues there. But I think most people will probably just continue to push rate limiting to the canopy SMs just because it's what they're used to. But I think if you're really thinking about the implications, there's probably some benefit to shutting off the SMs.
So I guess there's multiple new BMUs, hardware,
No,
just one box.
just one new one. So we're still going to sell the existing ones we sell.
Right, I'm just wondering if there's a lower powered, lower priced BMU that could be tower deployed
Yeah.
cost effectively.
The price is the hard part. You know, I've wanted to, and that's kind of why we did the router station boards, because they were cheap. So the hard part with the smaller BMU, we get asked for this all the time, and the hard part is that people want to put them at towers, and they want to put them in non-temperature control boxes, and that's where MikroTik really shines today. You can buy a $200 router that'll run to like 140 degrees, all the way down to like minus whatever, 30 or whatever you go to. You know, they can build those boxes as cheap because with all respect to MikroTik, I think that stuff's great. They're full of junk. You know, they use very cheap stuff in them. And they've really been able to push that on volume, right? You know, we don't build hardware from the ground up. You know, we're using an Intel board, we're using an Intel CPU, we're using Intel NICs. They just don't build stuff for temperature ranges. And so you have to start looking at other CPUs, you have to look at other hardware. And, you know, I can build one, but it's going to be less than half the performance of our cheapest BMU, and probably about $100 cheaper, maybe. And so every time I look at it, I'm just like, this is useless, right? I don't think anyone's going to want this. And so I continue to look at that. I'm hopeful that we'll find a way to be able to do that. I would like people to be able to do that. I just think, you know, generally when we look at the BMUs, we try to have a cheap BMU, which is the NX, which lists about $700, which, if you're buying one, I realize it's fairly cheap. If you're buying 100, you know, it's not as cheap as a MikroTik. And to get down to that MikroTik kind of plane, I can't do it today. You know, we're not at that kind of volume.
So what is the temperature range?
0 to 40 centigrade. So, I mean, reality is we run them hotter and colder and they work. It's just I've seen how some towers are set up. The box is in direct sunlight, and it's in Alabama. I gets 110 degrees or whatever, and I just know it's not going to survive all day. And that's really, the cold is a bit less of a concern, because generally the box is going to be heated by stuff in it. The other problem is they put out, I mean, these are not low power devices necessarily, and so they're pumping out heat in the sealed box, it's going to bring up the temperature as well. So they just, we need a little fanless thing that doesn't stop. I haven't found one yet, other than microscope. Yeah.
On the canopy auto updating feature, it took me a while to figure out that even used SNMP, and a lot of our radios at the time didn't have read-write enabled.
Okay.
I've noticed in a lot of cases, like when we install a new customer and it goes in and it tries to push the configuration, it will just say failed. But how often does it retry, or does it even retry at all? And is there any kind of notification we can get if it can't check that and update that?
So, are you talking about the auto parent thing or about the speeds being pushed into the
Speed's
SM?
being pushed.
Okay, so the question was about speeds being pushed into the SMs, getting notifications when it fails. I've done a couple of things to change that, because it's now proxied through the BMU. Right now it goes from the billing server. So it's proxied through the BMU, which will solve quite a few of those problems, because it's often that the billing server can't get to the SM. Right now it tries 5 times. In version 10 it tries for 24 hours. There is no notification other than the customer event log entry right now. Could add something. I don't know how everyone would want that to work. It would be an email or like a network notifier or something. That could be done with it too.
I think there should be something, but I'm not sure what.
The problem always with those things.
Maybe a counter, something that would list for a report that could
Right.
list,
Yeah, reports are probably the best way. The problem with those things when people ask for them is, the challenging thing is like if you go change a service and you change the speeds, it tries to push those new speeds to the SMs, and you've got 4,000 SMs it's trying to push to. No, you don't want 4,000 emails. But a report will probably work. It's not a bad idea. Any other questions? Yeah.
So when you have BMUs at different towers and you have a ring
Yes.
for your bandwidth controls, how does that work when it's jumping from BMU to BMU and you're reporting? And
So the question was about BMUs and rings and bandwidth limiting will work. Depends. This has been my answer a lot. If you're, I don't know if you're familiar with the mirror group functionality we have in Powercode.
yeah,
Okay. So for everyone else, if you don't know, with the mirror group, you can add BMUs in the Powercode, put them in a mirror group, which is just software, and everything in the same mirror group, they get all the custom configuration mirrored onto them. So the purpose of this was if you have a BMU in this side of town and BMU in this side of town, customers can go either way. We'll write all the rules in both BMUs, will track back in the both. If you put them all in a mirror group, every BMU would have a rate limiter in it. You would not want to do that in a ring. The reason you wouldn't want to do that in a ring is that we would count the bandwidth usage at each BMU, and it would be, added one more time for every BMU in the ring. So that's an important thing to make sure we communicate to everybody. With a new system, you would not put them in a mirror group, and the rate limit and the bandwidth usage would only be counted on the BMU the customer was configured on. So you have a feature in the BMUs now that's, I can't remember what we labeled it as, but it basically means what should this BMU do with a packet that it doesn't know where it came from. And you can either say allow it or deny it. In a ring, you can set all your BMUs to allow, and the BMU the customers connected to would control their access and their speeds, and all the other BMUs would just blindly pass the packet on and not do anything with it. If you had them all set to deny, it would not work. So, that's how it works. Use the align function on the whole way. So, you would always still have to have a BMU that the customers came into. So if you were going to do it that way, they'd probably be at the towers, and the customers would come in, and your outside interfaces would be the ones in the ring. So hopefully that makes sense.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you've got your BMUs at the head end of your network, can you try to run redundant to BMUs? Or change the version 10 to have that?
Okay, so the question is about running redundant BMUs at the head end. The best way to do that is going to be with the mirror groups still. And what you would want to do, the simplest method is going to be and your head end, so they both in the same physical location, or So the best way to do it would be to run OSPF and have both BMUs peered with the upstream router and some downstream router or some, multiple downstream routers. And then OSPF is going to be what determines which BMU is used. They could both be used. You could force all traffic through one unless one fails. You can control which BMU is used. And then you put both those BMUs in the mirror group together. And then whichever BMU a customer passed through, it wouldn't matter. We rate limit them, we catch the bandwidth usage. You could pull one out of the network, turn it off. OSPF would flip the other way. So you're using OSPF as a balancing mechanism, and then using the mirror groups to make sure customers control both of them.
So would you set it up? There are like backups and stuff, so you use one day and the next, just rotate these around so they're all wearing notes at the same time. So it's-
You like doing wire leveling of the BMUs? So that would be an OSPF config question. So in OSPF, you can set a cost for a path. And if you come to a rabbit here and it can go to one BMU or the other, if the costs are equal, then it will be load balanced between the BMUs on a per connection basis. If the costs are not equal, it will always take the lowest cost. So you would just make the cost equal in your case, and you'd have customers going both ways. If you made them unequal, then one would be primary, and the other one would be a failover. So probably in your scenario, making them equal would be good. Really just because it will balance the load as well. And get more usage out of the BMUs. The downside would be if one failed, you might suddenly be shocked that one BMU can't handle a load of all the customers. So you still have to make sure one BMU can handle it all. Otherwise, you get degraded service from one failed. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, can you give an outline of what you're going to be talking about throughout the day, as far as through the day with questions?
Yeah. So what I have next on the list is talking about the Procera integration. Procera was going to be here. They still are going to be here, but I don't think that plane's going to land for another hour or so. So we have lunch at noon. I was going to go into that next, but we'll see. But after that, I've got, I probably have to go back to the beginning. Let's see if I can take with Procera. We have some, I've got some slides about different integrations around Powercode. We've got a search rewrite, rewritten search mechanisms, backups. I think that's about it.
Reporting and accounting.
Accounting.
Yeah, accounting and reports.
Well, we've rewritten a lot of the reports. There's a little bit on that, but only a couple of slides really. So Procera is the next big thing.
Could you spend an hour at some point during the day maybe and do kind of a Powercode 101? I mean, I've been using it for years, but I know there's functions of it that I don't know what it is. I don't know what's there. There's so much stuff in it that I think that would benefit some people.
This is like the worst thing about Powercode is we so often get customers call us and say, my life sucks, like I have to do this thing all the time. Vote me edit Powercode, and then Jake's like, sir, that's been in Powercode for 4 years. And I goes, oh, wow, you told me. That's kind of what we try to do with the webinars a little bit. I know we haven't done one for a little while, so we're busy with V10. We're going to do a webinar after this so that people can be here. We're going to put this video online, but we're also going to do a webinar to go through some of the stuff in more detail. The one-on-one thing is, we've tried to do that a bit by breaking up the webinars into different sections, but really what I found has worked the best has been in these sessions that we've done. We normally do them in Wisconsin. We spread them over 2 days, and the second day generally ends up just being us all sitting around and talking.
Okay.
So we're going to hang out here all day. I think this will be done early enough so people can go to the other events. But we'll be here till 5 at least. So I'm definitely willing to sit down and talk about anything. The hard part is a lot of the time what you're really asking is tell me things in Powercode that would help me that I don't know there. People don't always say, I wish you could do X. They just tell me stuff. And so we can go through some of that. And the other, hopefully there'll be some other users here as well that we can hang out. And I've found really what's helped us a lot is Powercode users talking to each other at these events and, Glenn will say, why do it this way?
I think we all probably have our quirks, kind of like what you're getting onto, and is there a better way to do it? And if this is how we figured out to do it, but how's everyone else doing certain things?
This is the big pro and con of Powercode. I try to build stuff in a way that's flexible enough to meet everyone's needs. The downside of that is if you just want us to tell you how to do something, it's not always really clear.
Yeah.
We've tried to resolve that by doing things like the webinars and saying, this is how we think people will do it, this works. But yeah, we need to do a better job of that, I think. We've just been crazy busy, but I think we're really going to try and get back into the webinars and do, those have seemed to be the best way for us to do that at a big scale. But certainly, we can sit down and talk about that. Yeah.
I may have missed this. I think you said you were starting to perhaps move away from CentOS. Are you still on CentOS with version 10?
Yes, sorry. So the question was about you still using CentOS. Yes. There was an option long ago. You could build your own BMU out of scraps and install CentOS on it, and we just make it work. I don't think anyone's even using that anymore, but that is sort of permanently being taken away. The actual billing server will still run on CentOS. By the way, you asked about the slides. There is one where we go through all the V9 to V10 migration steps. So that's one of the things we'll talk about, but there'll be a webinar. Any other questions? Okay, well then I think take a quick break until maybe 11-ish, and then I'll probably start rolling through the Coursera stuff. They can come and do that presentation when they get here, and then we'll have lunch at noon. Go through the rest of the stuff. So see everyone back in about 15 minutes. I use a Coursera packet logic device in Powercode as a BMU. So if you have a BMU today and you think what I'm about to show you is awesome, you can pull that BMU out, put Coursera box in instead. And this will be as of version 10, so December, January, but it is working today. Okay, so here's what Coursera does at a very high level. It's a deep packet inspection box. It's a transparent bridge. You put it in your network, and it looks at every single packet, and you can in real time look at every single packet flowing through your network and see what it is, where it's from, where it's going, what it is. The scary or perhaps has to be expected part of putting this box in is we put one in our network and we started looking at what customers were doing. It's Netflix and porn, even today. Most people are doing it. So you can actually see, you can drill down deep enough into these packets to see exactly what people are looking at. Don't do that. You will regret it. It's really scary. I thought I'd seen some stuff, but it's really cool because you can actually look, hopefully when we do the demo, we'll be able to show you this, but you can actually see a live view of your network broken out by categories, by services, by local hosts, by remote hosts, by anything. And even if all you use this for is a troubleshooting tool, which is a really expensive troubleshooting tool, but even if that's all you use it for, it's so helpful because if you're on the phone with a customer, you can log in this box and see not even that they're using 3 megs, but they're using 1.8 megs of Netflix, they're running Skype, it's this device, going to this device, this and that. It's helped us so much in doing all this kind of stuff. Has really granular controls. You can get crazy with this thing. I mean, you can do 3 o'clock in the afternoon if someone's watching, Lassie on Netflix, rate limit them to a meg and more. So this is a drop-in replacement for a BMU. You can flip one to a BMU from a BMU to a Coursera as soon as we do V10. You still do need a BMU, and the reason you need a BMU is Coursera doesn't do DHCP, and we use the BMU to do the network monitoring, to be the proxy for all the other stuff. You can run it out of line, and you can run a pretty small BMU for a lot of users because we're not using it to rate limit anymore. You can still keep the BMU in line now with V3. It can be a standalone router. You can really just leave it in line, put the Coursera behind it. It's real simple, kind of pretty simple. So within this Coursera box, I'll show you some screenshots. These shaping rules you can build, and I want to reiterate how nuts you can get with this stuff. If you've been looking for a way to control your network, this is it. We've had one in our network for a year. I'll show you some of the changes that we've seen from having it in there, and it's, just crazy. So you can build these rules in Powercode to automate a lot of this stuff, and you can associate these rules with either services or parents. So much like we've done the parent first bucket thing, you can do shaping rules with parents through the Coursera. So again, the screenshots are horrible, I'm sorry. But what this is really showing is you building a shaping rule inside Powercode. So this unintelligible stuff underneath is different types of services. And these are broken down into parent and child categories. So for an example, something everyone complains about is Netflix. You could select Netflix as a service in here. However, you can also select streaming video, which is the parent of Netflix, or streaming, which is the parent of streaming video. Or you could drill into streaming video and pick Hulu, Netflix, iTunes, you know, the individual things you want to control. You're then defining the speed of this shaping rule and how it's split. The split is either by subscriber or by parent. So I'll explain what all this means, but you know, kind of understand that's what this is. Okay, so once you create these rules, they can be associated with a service or a device. A split by subscriber means this rule is going to be, we're going to create essentially a rate limiter for each subscriber. Split by parent means we're going to split it by the parent, so like by an access point. Hopefully that makes sense. So as you can see here, we're editing a service. Down at the bottom, there's a Coursera shaping rules option. You can select as many rules as you want associated with that service. So what's going to happen is when you add a rule to a service, if you set it to split by parent, the service is going to be the parent. If you add it to a device type, the device of that type is the parent. Okay, so here's some examples. So here's kind of how we use it in the network. So you had an internet service that's 5 by 1. Well, the problem is, you know, all you guys are using FSK today. We all know these APs can do like 10 megs. So you might give someone 5 meg service, and as long as they're doing bursty stuff, they're loading web pages, they're, you know, watching a short YouTube video, that's good because everyone's bursting at a different time. When they're all watching streaming video, you know, you get 2 people on the AP and suddenly it's on its knees. So now you can make a service that gives them that burst speed, and you know, we set this at 5 megs, but we can create a shaping rule that says Netflix is 1 meg within that service. So split by as a parent, which probably doesn't make much sense for most services. Every user on that service will get a single 1 meg bucket that all that Netflix flows into, and they all share it. If it's by subscriber, every user of that service will get 1 meg each. Now, some of the user split by a parent would be, imagine you're deploying service into an apartment complex. You have a 50 meg pipe there, and you're going to sell one service in there. It's 10 by 10. And you want to say, within this whole complex, I only want 20 megs of pipe to be able to use for Netflix. You could define that on here by parent, and then everyone that's using it will share that 20 meg Netflix bucket. I use Netflix here a lot as an example, because it's what everyone hates on. I'll tell you, when we put this in our network, we realized streaming video is a huge part of our data usage. It's about 50%. Only about 50% of that is Netflix. The rest of it is iTunes, Amazon, Hulu, YouTube. There's all these other things people are doing. I mean, Netflix is a huge piece, right? It was bigger than any of the other individual ones. But if all you focus on is Netflix, you're not really going to control that. And you see on the list all the time people saying, well, I can do that in MikroTik. You can't. You know, you might be able to build a layer 7 rule to identify Netflix maybe, but you're not going to be able to catch. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of categories in here of stuff. So we limit on streaming video. We don't really just pick Netflix. We don't care if you don't Google on Netflix. You're going to get limited. So, you know, the other side of this would be putting it on a device type. So if you create the same rule and we associated it with the ubiquity access point, split by was parent, then again, those users on that AP will share a 1 meg Netflix bucket. If it's by subscriber, they get 1 meg each. You can also run these in tandem, and this is how I think it's the most powerful. We put a limit per subscriber on this service of 1 meg of Netflix of streaming video, but we put a limit on the AP that's split by parent that gives them 5 megs total. Now, if there's only a couple of people doing Netflix, they'll get a meg each because they're below that 5 meg limit. When there's 6 people trying to get a meg, they'll get 5 divided by 6. When there's 10, they'll get 5 divided by 10. And we apply the most stringent rule, right? So if there's 100 people, it's almost certainly going to be splitting that 5 meg bucket. So this allows you to really segment how much of an AP you're going to allow for a certain service. And you look at this and say, you know, a lot of people, we've shipped Coursera boxes to customers already. They're not using it in tandem with Powercode, they're just using it in the network. And a lot of the times people get these and they're like, yeah, I hate my customers, I'm wrecking my network, I'm going to put Netflix at 10K, and they get really, we're not looking at this as a real punitive thing, it doesn't work. If you have a customer and they expect to be able to stream video, if you're like, you get 10K, they're not going to take that very well. Well, this really is as a way of making it work better. I mean, if you know you have an AP that can only do 10 megs, it doesn't matter. You can say, I'm going to give everyone 100 megs. Once they all start running Netflix, it's done. This is a way of, getting it to work. I mean, we now have APs, FSK APs with 40, 50 people on it, and we have people streaming Netflix at night happily. It's not all in HD, but, with 10 megs to share, it's not going to be in HD anyway. This is going to allow them to not, burst up to the top, start streaming HD, getting buffering all the time, just flat at meg all day, or 700K, or a meg and a half, or whatever you want it to be. Yes.
Do you find a lot of revolts from customers when you implemented Netflix rules?
So it's really funny. So the question was, do we get customers being upset about these limits? When we got this box, I thought it was awesome. Like, so cool jumping in it from a tech perspective and just seeing how it works. When we wanted to start implementing rules, I was completely against it. I mean, so I'm all for net neutrality and everything. I think we should do this. But the reality is on these wireless networks, it's just not the speed. It just doesn't exist. There's nothing you can do other than putting up one AP for every 3 users, right? So when we started putting these rules in, I thought people are going to go nuts. Like, they're going to be calling, you suck, I'm going to switch to AT&T. What actually happened was, we set tickets open all the time from people saying, my service sucks, it's slow, I'm having problems, and what would happen is we go look at the AP and it's just flatline, like it's jammed, right? We've already got 6 APs on this tower, we couldn't put any more on. We put these rules in, I was ready for the revolt. We had people call, and this never happened, right? We had people call and say, oh, it's way better now, I can close my ticket, everything's great, like it's never been this good, oh, I can play my games, I can do this. Because what was really happening was now instead of them starting off in high def, and then it buffers, and now it freezes, now it goes standard def, and now they're like, well, look good, now it looks terrible. It just works. They get it at a standard rate, they get it at the same quality all the way through. Another user doesn't jump on and start doing it, now it's affecting another person. Granted, you still, have to build your network in a way that can support all that stuff, but no, we got, amazingly, these people that have been streaming going, oh, it's good, now cancel my service. And we haven't had a single person say, oh, you're eliminating Netflix. They don't know. They just know it works.
How does it work though? It's got to limit it before it leaves the SM in order to be effective, because otherwise you're going to be so.
No, because number one, a lot of this stuff. So if it was TCP, it wouldn't matter anyway. But even UDP stuff. So something like Netflix, they have all the stuff built in that they can tell. If they're not able to get the rate, they dynamically adjust their streaming rate and their codecs and everything. It works. Even if you do get at the edge, it works. Because they'll see there's only a meg available, and they'll change to the
Before it even starts.
Right, because they do that speed test right at the beginning. So this is the problem with bursting. If you have bursting enabled and you don't do this, then you burst at like 10 megs, right? And they go, oh, awesome, we can stream, 3D to this guy. And then suddenly it goes down, and then it's like, and it's worse for customers that way, because they see it in the good quality, and then they see it what they perceive to be poor quality. When we do this, they see it at standard def from the beginning. Now granted, if they're super anal about wanting high def and everything, they're still going to say, I wish it was better. At least it's a start great, and then like bottom out, and then burst bucket fills again, and burst. It doesn't work well.
You mentioned that you can limit per subscribers. What
Yes.
if you have a higher network subscribers?
No. Well, not within Powercode. You could do some rules within the processor that would do it. Mostly you would do stuff on a service basis probably. And maybe you'd only have a limit on the AP that would be that kind of top end of what you want to support. You can do things inside the processor config to be able to say the priority of this shaping rule is higher than another one. We don't have that in Powercode today, but that's something put on the list to do. It's pretty easy to configure. It's just we have to build it, but it can be done. Okay, so being able to do this through Powercode was a big piece of doing this integration. You know, we got the Procera working as kind of a basic BMU very quickly, but automating these rules is a complicated part. You can build these rules manually today. You can buy a Procera box and do it by hand. But the problem with doing that is if you want to do it by access point, you'd have to go in constantly moving customers between APs as they change or setting them up as a new customer's added. This automates all of this for you. So, you know, you can, I mean, it sounds like hyperbole, but truly you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, you can combine, so I mean, the way this works, which is why I was kind of hoping you see the demo first, but the way this works is Procera has this concept of objects. So an object could be a net object, a port object, a time object, a protocol object, and they let you identify stuff by something, or they let you impose something, which sounds really vague, so let me explain. So you can have a time object that you set for your peak time. And this is one of the things we do on our network. So we set up peak time from like 3 to 11, right? 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. So then you can then combine that with another object to say things like software updates. Software updates in peak time, we limit to 128K. Because most people don't notice these things run in the background, but if iOS 7 update is a good example, that didn't affect us at all, because no one could do it until it was in the middle of the night, and their phones are just doing it in the background. All these other people on the list, it's like, holy cow, like my network usage just gone up by 4,000% because everyone's updating their iPhones. So there's a lot of stuff like that you can do. You know, you can also identify the type of protocol it is, the port it's on. You can look at layer 7 properties, so you can drill all the way down into the packet and, match on packets going to Facebook. You can, go nuts. Now, what I will say is it's really tempting to go nuts. You probably don't want to go nuts because then customers call and like, I'm trying to Skype my cousin in Afghanistan, and you've caught into some really complex rule you've built. So start simple, but you can go crazy. And the really nice thing is you can call Procera and say, I need to figure out a way to limit Skype calls to Afghanistan, and I'll figure it out for you. So it's a very powerful box. Okay, what do we got next? Okay, so when you do the parent piece on the APs, we use the same selection algorithms. If you remember the whole process of selecting that, it works exactly the same way. Okay, so again, horrible shot. But if you look at my laptop, it looks great at times. So this is the Procera client, and you don't have to touch this much when you're doing it in Powercode. I realize this is unintelligible, but really, this is showing all the objects on the left. We create all these automatically. You're not going to have to touch them. You can go in and see that they're in there and see how they're working and add other objects and interact and stuff, but most of this is all automated. But this is kind of what the client looks like. It runs, it's not a web-based thing, but it does run on Windows, Mac, and Linux, so everyone should be able to use it unless it's still running MS-DOS or something. Okay, so in a previous example, you could see these objects all existing in there, those blobs, but you can see that these are all visible in the client, so you can log in and see everything's working. However, Procera has this concept of a dynamic object, and the reason they have these is when you add a rule in Procera, you have to commit that rule. And it's kind of like a rebuild in BMU, except it doesn't take everyone offline, but what it does do is when you make all your changes and you commit them, it temporarily shuts down all the services in Procera, lets everything through, and then rebuilds all those rules back in there. So imagine that on a big network where you're assigning new IPs to people, you're doing all this stuff, every time it happens you have to shut it down. So their workaround to that is they have these dynamic objects that represent an IP address, and you can push those into the Procera without having to do this commit thing. Downside of these dynamic objects, you can't see them in the client. They're really, Procera has a product they call PSM, which is a subscriber management system, and that's how they normally write these objects. And that's how every other billing system integrates with Procera is through the PSM. PSM is like 30-40K by itself. So we bypass that, we write directly to the PRE to save you guys some money. But anyway, what I'm getting to is we built something in the Powercode where you can select a net object and look at all the dynamic net objects inside it. So you do have visibility to what's happening. You have the ability to troubleshoot. an ability to see which IPs are getting pushed into which service, into what AP and all that kind of stuff. So if you think something's not working, you can troubleshoot it at least. This is really more for us, you know, if somebody says something's not working right, but we built that in there. So I'm going to go, this reiterates what I just said. Okay, so part of building this V3 BMU was that we wanted the ability to integrate with stuff like Procera packet logic boxes easily. These really function, you know, identically in Powercode. Anything that would push to a BMU will now push to a Procera. All this stuff happens in real time the same way. You configure address ranges just like you would for a V3 BMU. As I was saying before, all of the non-dynamic net objects we create are visible in the packet logic client. You can refer to them if you build custom rules. I wouldn't, because we have an expectation that we're sort of managing that stuff. You probably don't want to fiddle with them. So it's kind of a, you know, an expert thing, I guess, if you want to mess with those. But those are all dynamically created, and you really manage most of that through Powercode. Okay. So, you know, since the day I started at Powercode, people have said to me, oh my God, I need a way to deal with Netflix, I need a way to deal with all this stuff that we had to do DPI for. And we just can't do it. I mean, you know, there's a reason these boxes cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's because they're complicated as hell. And you have to maintain those signatures for all these categories and stuff. It's not like we can build it once and it would work forever. It's something you have to work on constantly. So we looked, there's other people out there that do this. You know, we picked Procera because I spent a long time looking at these and they were the best. We bought one, it's in our network. Our network's got 10,000 subs, or one of these boxes in here, there's been a 90-day change. I wouldn't be pushing this thing if I didn't think it was great. And I don't look at this as a punitive thing. I mean, you know, if you said to a customer, we're going to eliminate Netflix to a meg, they might look at it that way, but the reality is they're not going to be happy on a 10 meg AP, you allowing them to try and do Netflix at 10 megs. It just, we all know it doesn't work. You know, this is really a way to try and improve the customer experience. And I think we found that it really does. Now, as time goes on and you're deploying ePMP or 450 or Ubiquity or you're on fiber or whatever else, you know, your rules are going to change. You may still want them, you may not. But for these real, you know, pressing issue we have today is the choke point and network's access point for almost all of us. You know, this is a way to help deal with that. One thing to note, some people may be getting ready to ask me, network neutrality, is this legal? Yes. For wireless ISPs, you do have the ability to implement rules against specific services. You don't want to stop people using those services, but you can limit things like streaming video. You do have to put it in terms of service. What you write is up to you. There's no legal requirement other than it's in there. I think ours says something like, we reserve the right to limit or to control certain services to improve all customers' experiences. Something vague. Yeah.
How do you answer the question, hey, so do you guys see what I do online?
Yes.
Read that question.
Well, so here's what I would say to people. If it's not encrypted, anyone can see it at any point that it passes through. So sure, if we want to look, we can. We don't. I mean, we do because we thought it was funny, but like after we got over the fun of like, look what this guy's doing, like we don't. You know what I mean? Like no one's got time for this. Unless it was like your ex-girlfriend, right? And the whole world she doing it. But I mean, all you can really say, and this is what I tell people all the time, if you don't encrypt it, anyone can look at that stuff. You know, this is passing through 30 routers, anyone could be in. The NSA's intercepting it, right? If you want to go all Black Ops and whatever. So people are looking at it. If you don't want to look encrypted, they go, how do I do that? You go, if you don't know how, don't worry about it, right? You really don't want people VPNing everything, because that's what makes it harder to use this. That's been a big thing people say is, well, as soon as I put in a Procera, everyone's going to stop using a VPN. Not really. We have about 0.1% of the traffic on our network is through VPN after we put this in. Most people don't know how to do it. Some will. We've put in rules to limit encrypted traffic to a certain level. It's obviously not as good as being able to identify it, but yeah, most people don't. I mean, I think they either think we can already, or they think we don't. And even before we had this, if people asked, I would always say, sure, if we wanted to. You know, if we get a subpoena, and we have to use CLIA or whatever, and we have to give TCP dumps, I mean, yeah, it's going to happen. And most of them just going to go, I mean, yeah, do you get that a lot? Somebody spying on me?
Yeah.
Those are the guys you want to actually look at, because those are the guys. Like, grandma checking her emails, I'm going to ask if you're reading it. It's the guy who's, I don't want to say what up. Yeah.
Have you found it effective for dealing with encrypted torrent traffic and torrents?
No.
Your networks?
Well, yes and no. So, almost everyone doing torrents nowadays, it's encrypted. You can't peer inside that encryption without decrypting it, and unless you want to start intercepting and spoofing certs and stuff, you really can't. What we do is we have a generic rule that limits all encrypted traffic to a certain level. Obviously, it's nowhere near as good as knowing what it is, because it could be VPN, it could be torrents. Most of it's torrents. Most people aren't encrypting all the traffic. So we limit all encrypted traffic to something like, I think, 2 megs, something like that per customer. If we had enough bandwidth to go around, we'd probably ignore it. But, if people are VPNing the Netflix and stuff to get around it, I mean, we can't be as precise, but we just put a limit on it.
Are you limiting TCP connections as well?
We're not, but you can. You can do that. So that would be a way to probably hit a good number of torrents. So yeah, you can do it connection-based as well as any object-based. Yeah.
So it seems like Coursera's got so many options, and they're updating their rules and signatures all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is there not a fear? I mean, how do you implement that in PowerCode? Do you have to say and make modifications every time they add a definition?
They're really good about it. I'm not going to say they're never going to do it, but they never have in the time I've used it, like changing existing definition. So if you build a rule, for example, I don't know why we keep talking about Netflix, but let's say Netflix. That rule for Netflix, they may change the definition for it because Netflix has changed, but it will still be Netflix. If you built a rule around that definition, it's just updated the signatures in the background. Now, if they launch, like Webflix, right, they're going to add a separate definition for that you have to select. But they try not to constantly be changing.
When does that new definition they added for this new service that just came out, when does that appear in PowerCode?
As soon as you update your box. So they release signature updates once a week, and the only downside of Coursera, which I've been fighting with them about for a year, is you have to manually select to update your definitions. So they update new definitions weekly. It's up to you when you apply them. As soon as you apply them, that list I showed you is actually pulled in real time. You can't even use that list if you don't have a Coursera connected to PowerCode. We pull it in real time. So as soon as there's new stuff in there, you can see it immediately and use it. So some of the things we talked about, when Sean gets here and does the demo, hopefully I'll have a box with him and he can show you some of this. But you can, I can't stress this point enough. You can identify anything. If you want to identify, a individual person going to a particular site at a particular time on a particular port to a specific URL, you could do that. You probably don't want to, but you could.
How about denial of service?
So there's some cool things in there. If somebody's filling your pipe, you're dead in the water, right? You've got to block it upstream. They do have signatures in here for a lot of the malware, the common botnets and stuff like that. So we have a filtering rule we added that drops anything that resembles those signatures. So if you have customers in your network that are part of a botnet and they try to be controlled to send stuff out, it'll all get dropped before it goes out. Vice versa, if it's coming in, it'll get dropped. Now, if it's filling your pipe, it's still screwed. But there are some cool things in there to be able to deal with that to a degree. So this is, we've had one for a year. We bought it immediately after the last Whisperpalooza. Our upstream usage has decreased by about 25% on average with no customer complaints. We have a gig pipe and then dropped it down by, we were up to about 900 megs. I think we're back up now to about 780. But as we put it in, it was about a 25% decrease. iOS 7 update was nothing. Customers are now happily streaming Netflix on not so much on 900 megahertz APs, but on the 241s at least. We do have people using the 900. More and more stringent about what we limit it to. Obviously, 3 megs only goes so far, but it works. So one of the things we did as part of this is I had Procera make us a reseller. The reason I did this is, we've been down this path before of using external resellers. The problem is if you really want a Procera box and you can only buy them from reseller X and you really hate reseller X, puts us in a very difficult position. Or if reseller X is trying to rip you off, puts us in a very difficult position. You can't get a box you want to use in Powercode. You can buy from us, you don't have to. We're not really looking to make money off these boxes. The relationship is there to simplify this. So we've negotiated a very good rate with them to be able to get these. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to beat it, but you're welcome to shop around. I think we've shipped out like 4 or 5 of these so far. I don't know if they're, Steve's got one. So there's a few of them out in the field. People are using them standalone today. I don't know if you want to say anything about it, but I know you guys.
Fantastic. It didn't really decrease our bandwidth that much. It didn't really restrict too much, but it did. It's a massive troubleshooting tool. It allowed us to separate some different packages. So we would actually limit the lower paying customers to lower definitions. We actually specifically advertised the high def package, high and mega package.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to do all that, and we allowed them to be able to do the higher amounts of bandwidth during peak times, limit things during peak time. Just everything you said, anything specific you want to do. We even had one guy, they didn't have signatures for like the news groups. He went encrypted on that, so we figured out a way to buy a whole thing by particular login information. It wasn't encrypted. They'll work with you to narrow down and track down specific problems.
I mean, they're a great company. Like we've used them as a customer and a partner, and they've been really great to work with. And I will say this isn't a magic bullet. You don't just throw it in your network and go, wow, awesome, my network's great. Now, I mean, Steve, I think you spent probably a good month in the backwards and forwards doing different things and tweaking and making rules. But once it's there, once you know what you want to do,
Once you learn it,
it's great.
I haven't really touched it other than updating the signatures.
Yeah.
Only 9 months.
Yeah.
It's been set up.
And that, I think one of the places these have been really great is we've shipped a couple into Canada. And Canada, a lot of the people buying from their upstream up there are paying per byte, right? There's a lot of UBB in Canada because they're also paying per byte. And so this helps you control that as well because you're helping your customers stay below their limit, which may be bad if you're going UBB, but you can help them stay low, you can help minimize your costs. I mean, it's just, kind of a win-win all around.
So I've got a customer service person who's familiar with the Powercode interface, but doesn't log into BMUs and doesn't
Right.
do whatever else. If they're, handling support customer from a customer, are you going to be able to pull data from Procera into your Powercode interface so they can look at that customer and say, all right, you're moving 2 mega Netflix, you're moving 300K of this? I mean, will the customer service person be able to see that?
Yes, I don't have that done yet. It is very high on my list. I don't know if it'll make it in the first release of V10, but my goal is to allow it to. The way I'm intending to build that is the real-time bandwidth graph we have will be one segmented by service type.
Awesome.
I don't know if everyone heard the question, but it was if you can see, the different services people are using in Powercode that are using the client. We don't let our reps use the client, so yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we want that to. Yeah.
I may have missed this question or answer, but have you said how much this product costs, and is there a monthly residual as well?
Yes, but I'll go through it in some more detail. So yes and yes. So the cost depends on a number of factors. It's going to be at least 20K, and it goes up from there. The factors it depends on which box you need. So they have boxes that go from 100 megs to 320 gigs with sliding pricing. You have to license the box for the amount of throughput it does. The typical levels are like 100 megs, 500 megs a gig, 2 gigs, etc. The price goes up with that. They have a support contract which covers all your signature updates, and you can select whether you want like 24/7, next day, RMA, 10-day holds, all these different things. Generally the ones we've shipped, they're going to be at least 20K. And then your recurring is about 20% of what the upfront cost is, so it's not cheap. I think typically we're seeing that the box is around 25 to 30K for most customers, and then they're paying somewhere between 3-4K a year, something like that, for the support and updates. So I mean, you really have to weigh up. You know, for us, I'll tell you how we looked at it. You know, we bought a bigger box. It cost us about 45K. We pay, I think, about 5 or 6K a year. The thing for us was we have a big network, 150 towers. We were all set to buy licensed backhauls, 450, put all this stuff up, the labor of doing it all, start doing all this. I mean, we were set to spend about $2 million. So buying a $40,000 box that allowed us to really delay that and to, you know, put more controls in there that we didn't have to jump in so fast was an absolute no-brainer. But I've spoken to other people, right, and they look at us and are like, wow, this is so cool, I want one, and then I say it's 30K, and you go, wow, that doesn't make sense to me at all. I think what we've seen really is anyone below about 1,000 subs doesn't always make financial sense. It might in some cases, but that seems to be about kind of where, you know, it kind of financially makes sense. One of the things we have done is we have kind of I'd say a soft relationship. There's really no thing there other than we just worked with them and they've been good. There's a leasing company we've worked with, and they'll aim to lease the box through them for, you know, X number of dollars per month or whatever. You'd still be responsible for the recurring fee. But rather than having to pay 30 or 40 grand up front, you might pay them, you know, $300 a month or something. So, you know, it's really dependent. Obviously, when you're looking at a BMU for $700 or a box like this with 30K, you really got to weigh up. But for us, I mean, it saves tons of money, really. Yeah.
So if you're putting this in your core, are you doing anything at the edge?
So the cheapest place to put this is at the edge, because if you put it too close to customers, you can end up needing more than one box.
Right.
That's the other place this gets pricey. Is you have multiple upstreams, you're going to need a box at each upstream. That all being said, you know, if somebody was looking at this and they were saying, yeah, 30, 40K benefits makes sense, I've been able to negotiate pretty significant discounts on 2-3 boxes. You know, I mean, Steve bought a couple, and, you know, I'm able to push. So I have to work with Crosshair on the price, right? We don't buy them and store them. But I mean, they want to move these things, and so I can. Again, I'm saying this on camera, but we can. If you came to me and said I want 2 boxes, I can get you a good price. It's still going to be a lot of money, but you know. But yeah, you want to try really from a cost savings perspective. You want to push them as close to the edge as possible. So, you know, we kind of reorganized our network a bit to get most of our traffic flowing through one box, just so we could run on a single box.
And when you say edge, you're saying your carrier edge, not the
Right.
customer edge.
Correct, you know, so close to your upstream provider as possible. Yeah.
Procure uses NetFlow, is that correct?
No.
They have their own version,
Yes.
but it's basically a NetFlow type of box.
No. I mean, kind of from a you know how it works, but you know they have a DPI engine, so they go into each packet and they look at some signature, right? It's different for everything. They might look at you know anything. They can look at anything. So they go into each packet and they find a way to identify what type of service it is, and then that's how they categorize it. So they have to have a very powerful box to be able to, you know, depack and because I mean, it introduces like, you know, microseconds of latency. It's really unnoticeable. So I mean, there's a lot of complexity there, being able to inspect every single packet and classify it.
Well, the reason why I was asking is that there are a lot of companies are talking about NetFlow, and I was wondering how Powercode will interface with. Those should use more of a standard versus
Right.
proprietary.
So you're not going to get the same level of individual definition using something like NetFlow necessarily as you would, you know, I mean, they can break it down into like Netflix on iOS versus Netflix on Android versus Netflix on PC. I mean, you're not going to get that deep with NetFlow. We don't have anything in there with NetFlow today. I have had on the list for a while to try and do something in the BMU with it. It's unlikely that we would do anything with NetFlow that would impose rules. It would more be a historical view. You know, because this is really doing stuff in real time. It's not just pulling what did they do. It's, you know, affecting it, you know, in real time.
Do you know if zero boxes are in any major carriers that you would be able to identify with?
Yes. So they haven't shared the names with me, but they actually have something on their site saying they're in like 3 out of 5 of the tier 1 DSL providers. Or, you know, they're going to be here. We're actually doing a joint booth with them this time around. We've got a big booth, 311 that we're doing with them. I don't know how much they'll share from a company perspective, but they separate their company into doing like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So they look at WISPs like tier 3, the small ISPs, right? They have a tier 1 group who sells to tier 1 carriers, and they sell a lot of boxes. So I mean, they are all over the place. I don't know specifically who has them, but I would imagine a lot of people buy them just for the data. You know, I don't know that someone like AT&T is buying it to control Netflix, but it might be buying it to see how much Netflix is in the network, you know, something like what it shared with the NSA.
Can we get the NSA to fund this for us?
You can try. You can probably just throw it in jail instead. Sorry, I didn't say that.
These are close.
From the Powercode perspective, as far as the Procera Powercode integration, I know maybe Procera has a way to do this, but I'm not sure of that. I guess the question is to you. If I was to install these boxes in my upstream providers and I have more than one doing BGP on separate physical routers, what would happen if one of the links goes down and all the traffic shifts to the other boxes? How does traffic shaping change?
So we use the same mirror group functionality in this as we would with a VMU. So you could put them all in the same mirror group, and they all have the rules for all the customers in them. So if it shifted, it wouldn't matter. They would keep working the same.
Your permissions mentioned earlier also include who can access the functions of PowerCode.
Yes.
Right now, your network is the 1 megabit per second, the magic number for standard definition network.
I have to look. Tim, you still here? What do we rate limit Netflix at today specifically? Do you remember?
A little bit under 1.5.
Okay, so yeah, we have it a little higher. I don't remember.
I'm going to say why.
Yeah.
So I had it at 768. Everything went to the Blu-ray players. Absolutely get it. Everybody's computers work fine, everybody's iPads. Blu-ray players didn't work out. Something with the Blu-ray player negotiating.
Okay, I don't know if you heard that, but we ran into issue with Blu-ray players, not working very well at 768. This is the one thing with it, a lot of this is experimentation. You wouldn't expect that, right? That some specific device can have a problem with it. So, we've been playing with it for a long time, and Tim's done more of it lately. He's really been a Procera guy. I don't touch the rules that much anymore, but there probably is like a magic specific number that's perfectly on the nose. I don't know that we have found that. I think we just put it to somewhere that it's worked well.
1.5 is the suggested reference drawback information scheme published.
Okay. Maybe that's what it is.
So we trust it.
Right. Here's what I found with it. When we got it, we limited it down to like freaking nothing. And I plugged in my laptop and did it, and it works. It looks, all you can watch is boxes. So you can watch a movie and then Brad Pitt the box and whoever, right? It looks awful, but it's amazing how slow they actually will go and how the codecs works. Yeah, there's a lot of trial and error, and you probably could actually identify this Blu-ray plays by some signature and limit them at a high rate individually. It's just how crazy do you want to get? It's always a question I ask people when they deploy them. They want to do all these crazy things, and I just say, you can do crazy things, but then now you're responsible for your craziness. So if you want to do all this stuff, you're probably going to have to be tweaking it here and there as time goes on. The more generic you can be, the easier it is to set it and forget it.
Well, that leads to a question about how your PowerCode integration works. If you're not crazy, you can
Right.
make it all work through PowerCode.
Right.
But at what point do you have to go directly to the Procera client and do things there? And at what point can you no longer really make PowerCode work? So is it your commitment to keep that connection working and adding more functionality?
Yes.
You talked about that dynamic net object, which I'm
Right.
still trying to figure out. It seemed like the only exception that you put up on the screen. Are there other things that you can't do?
Well, so today you can limit by type of service. So you can limit by Netflix. You cannot limit by all the other types of objects through PowerCode integration today. Now you could build your own rules that will interact alongside the PowerCode rules and make that all work. What I've tried not to do is to just go in wholesale and replicate the entirety of the Procera client functionality in Powercode, because that would be a monumental task and would be useless to most people. However, this is very much a first pass. I know somebody's going to say to me, oh, I'd really like to be able to do port-based objects in Powercode as well, and then I'll add that. And oh, I'd like to do time-based objects as well. And I haven't, yeah, so I'm going to, I mean, this is a long-term thing. We're not going to do this and then never do anything else again. Most of it's going to be driven by people buying one and saying, I can't use it to the extent I want to because I can't do this, and I'm like, this. I've built it in a way that's going to be easy to do that. It's just, my philosophy in adding stuff in Powercode now has been build to the bare minimum needed for people to use it, and then continue to build to people's needs. I had this philosophy when I started of trying to build everything so everyone can do everything, but then features take so long to put out, and then you have to maintain all that code, and then half the people don't use. So this is like our bare minimum to make it work, and I say that in the nicest possible way. Like, I think it's very usable for most people, but there's a lot more we can do and a lot more we will do, and that's mostly going to be driven by, you buying the box and saying, I really need you to do this. I'll do that. Not necessarily you buying the box, but, although if you want one, any other questions? I think food is getting to be about ready, so I got a couple more slides from the run through them real quick, and then we can, I had 80 registrants. I don't know how many people are sitting here, but it looks like less than 80. So we have 80 people's worth of food, so please eat a lot, because it's Chinese and I can't take it home. Okay, so one question I thought people would ask and nobody did is we've done this before, kinda. We did the thing with every stream and then we dropped them. Anyone that's scared of us doing this from Procera, here's why I wouldn't. We're never going to build a Procera box. I will say that, I guarantee, even if someone asks me to, I'm not doing it. They go to 320 gigs. If you want a box that can do that kind of throughput, here's a way to do it. The really nice thing with them is we have something they really need. They have something we really need. This is a two-way relationship. They have customers that want something like Powercode, and they're big. I mean, they got, Steve or other people who have dealt with them can attest. You can call them, they'll respond. They're a big company. I mean, they make us look like, organ drink, but, they make us look this. So, one other thing I want to say, this doesn't mean, obviously we're building a BMU. My expectation is we're going to sell Procera boxes to somewhere between 1% and 10% of our customer base. Most people, I don't think, are either going to not want to spend the money, or they're not big enough to justify it, or they don't believe in it, or whatever the case is. This is just a way for me to say, when people say to me, I need to do this DPI type thing, we have a way of doing it. As we kind of talked about, we have plans to add a lot more stuff. Most of it's going to be driven by customer request. So we have the shed booth. We're in 311. Come check it out. We got some leather couches. So on Wednesday when drinks are free, come lounge around with us and you can see what else we have going on. So there are other people doing this out there. Some of the common ones, there's a lot. I think Net Enforcer does this to some degree. I looked at all these guys. They have the best solution I found. They have the best API. They were the easiest to deal with. People ask us all the time to integrate with other stuff. I'm going to say now publicly, we're not going to do it. This is it. If you want DPI, we're doing it with Procera. We just, if for no other reason, then I really don't have the resources to try and support a bunch of companies. They're great to work with. They're the leader in the industry. This is what we're doing. So here's the path forward. Kill Netflix. Okay, so this is a version we tested on. I did test on some other 13, 14 versions. They do make some small changes in the different versions and features. We'll try to be pretty open about what version we've been working with. They have a 15 version coming out that we'll test with pretty quickly. But here's what we did today. All right, so we did a lot of questions. I don't know if anyone has any others. If not, I would encourage you to eat heartily. And hopefully, we'll do lunch till about 1. I think Sean from Procera will be here by then. He's going to come and talk about how this stuff works a little bit. And then we have some more stuff to go through. So I know people may leave it too for the Cameo thing. I think I'm way more interesting. We already know what they're selling, but if you want to go, I won't hold it against you. We will be filming the rest of this and putting it online, so you won't miss too much. But that's the plan. So we'll be back at 1 and go from there. drinks, so hopefully you're all full of Chinese food. I think we've, I don't know if we got some more people coming back yet, but I think we're going to go ahead and get going. So Sean Sweeney from Procera is going to come and do a little bit of a demonstration on the Procera product itself and talk about some of the history and how awesome it is and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's all I got. Take it away.
All right, so can everybody hear me okay? All right, I prefer not to stand at the podium for a variety of different reasons. But I want to go through just some brief history on what brought us to this point. I've worked in the networking business for a little over 30 years now. I started when I was 5, no, not really. Actually, yesterday was my birthday. So, oh, there you go. We're Libras, right? The statesman, the artisan. Right? Thank you. Happy birthday. All right. So, in the beginning, I worked on a lot of products, networking products that were responsible for forwarding, and they relied largely on software structures. And what we found over time is that eventually the software would get overwhelmed and slowed down. And so, then there would be all these complaints from users about performance issues. How many of you have heard things like this before? Okay. Wait a second. Everybody's got to pay attention and participate because I throw stuff, okay? So, how many have heard about performance issues related to software? Show of hands. Okay, that's better. All right, good. By the way, this will be a convention that we follow throughout our time together. This is yes and this is no. Everybody handle that one? Show of hands. Do that one too? All right, good. All right, so I then started working for some companies that worked on this concept of hardware forwarding. So they came up with these rather expensive chips, expensive to build, not so expensive to manufacture once you got them, called ASICs. And they were basically, took all that software goo and they put it in hardware, which made it fast and supposedly very repeatable, right? The problem with it was inflexible. In other words, once you built a chip, guess what? This is what it did. If you wanted it to do this at the same time, it couldn't do it. And so it was kind of a challenging thing. So you could write some software on top of the hardware and you could kind of make it work, but then you would be back in the performance problem again, all right? So I worked for a fairly large vendor. Some of you will recognize the name. I'll show the logo a little later on. And they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this stuff that constantly crops up in the product definition, which we're calling services. And it's things like firewalling and NAT and special treatment for packets. And we're going to put it on a service blade. How many heard that term before? Service blade. Yeah. Which is basically a vendor jive for a really expensive thing whose throughput will always be half because the packet has to go in and then it has to come out in order to get this quote-unquote service treatment. Okay? So the good news there was you could put some kind of a blade inside some kind of a product that would be service-oriented or provide services. But the bad news was by the time you got it built and got it all out there, it was about half the capacity that you needed it to be. And so it was a little bit frustrating from that perspective. So at one vendor I worked at, we said, okay, this is the world, this is what it's going to look like. The service blade is going to support, 1 gig, and we thought that was great. And by the time we actually got it out the door, guess what? Service Complex needed to support 3 to 4 gig. We were 3 to 4 times behind where we needed to be. And so, it was a little bit challenging. So, companies like Procera and a few others, how many of you have heard of Procera before? Okay. What do we do? What do we do?
Bandwidth management.
Bandwidth management. Okay, good.
Deep packet inspection.
Deep packet inspection. Okay, good. Somebody over here had their hand up. Bandwidth shaping. Okay, good. Anybody got any other ideas about what we do?
Save you money from buying backhauls.
We save you money. I like that one best, right? And I'm sorry, this.
We make money.
We make money. Well, yeah. Not last quarter, by the way, but hopefully this quarter. We do all of those things. But really, what we do is we pull packets apart, and we can make determinations about them, and then we can apply policy. And policy can be a variety of different things. It can be block, it can be NAT, it can be bandwidth shape. It can be all three of those things. It can be, take this stuff and bounce it off some kind of a caching machine. So it can do any and all of those things. And the reason that we're able to do it is our founders took a look at the Intel performance curve and they said, Intel is doing this with the capabilities of its general purpose processors, and we want to ride that wave so we don't have to develop hardware. And so we're able to do some really, high performing things on general purpose hardware. And that's what it's all about. If 30 years ago when I started, we could have done that right from the start, it all would have been, the world would have been perfect, and I'd probably be working at McDonald's right now. But the point I want to make is, it's been an evolution to build services or services products, right? Whether it be bandwidth services, whether it be a NAT, whether it be firewalling, whatever it might be. It took a while to get to the point where processors could support the speeds that we needed and that we could make software that took full advantage of them. And now we're finally there. So we make two products, actually. We have a product that we sell to everybody. So for example, you may know some vendor who says, we've got DPI capability. They may well have Procera DPI capability built into their products, by the way. Then we make a set of products that we sell direct, mostly to service providers, but also to colleges. I'm sure everybody can appreciate that colleges have a network environment very similar to your own, by the way. They're worried about things like Netflix consumption and things like that. So, I'm the director of product management and marketing over there at Procera, which means I can tell myself when to go to the bathroom, all right? So I'm not going to do it for the next 45 minutes, so hopefully we'll be together for that long. But I want to take you through just a little bit about this concept of metering and billing and why it's important. Now, we met the guys from Powercode about a year ago, and we were getting we were saying that billing and metering is going to be the next big thing relative to broadband networks, and I'll show you why we think that is. All right. Anybody know who that guy is? If you don't read this down here. Tom Wheeler. Oh. All right. It's Tom Wheeler. So he happens to be the chairman of the FCC. A lot of times when we get out and talk to customers, probably you guys don't have this issue because I think you've got a little more of a free reign over what you do. But a lot of times they say, oh, we can't do that bandwidth shaping stuff. And I get it, right? Net neutrality, we all understand what that means at some level. But in the end of the day, if a customer signs up for a certain level of service, that's a free choice that they get to make, right? So, there's not too much that he can do about that. Now, my cousin works at the FCC, and she's an attorney. Go figure. And she's worked there for about 20 years now. And when we talk about, she's an expert on net neutrality, and she knows this guy, I guess, pretty well. But the one thing she always says to me is, Sean, you know what? We're not investigating any net neutrality complaints. You know why? There aren't any. Nobody's making any, okay? So, doesn't mean it's not happening, doesn't mean that bad things aren't going on out there. But again, some of the things I'm going to talk about are the choices that subscribers get to make, free choices that they get to make about their service.
One thing I'd add as well is there is a specific exemption for wireless ISPs from a lot of what is allegedly enforced. I mean, they literally have said wireless ISPs can't do more because of the scarcity of bandwidth. So it's a lot easier for most people in this room.
Right, you guys have a little bit of free reign there. All right, so I'm going to show you some logos. These are some of our customers that are using metering or some aspect thereof. So BT, Orange, France Telecom, for those of you who know. Vimpelcom, that's actually Russia's largest DSL provider. SoftBank in Japan, second largest mobile provider in Japan. Hutchison 3G, Yoigo, Do out of Jordan. So these guys are all using some aspect of what we just described. All right. Now, I should also point out that the rules overseas are much more open, kind of like the way they are for you, right? In many other countries, they're allowed to do whatever the heck they want with their network. So if they choose to squelch certain applications, they're allowed to do that. Now there's some, the northern European democracies are a little bit different, but basically all these guys are. Zain, by the way, I'm sorry, Zain is Jordan. Do is forget if it's Saudi, might be Saudi. So our products are deployed at over 80 rural providers and WISPs. These are just a few of some of our customers. I know there's also a couple customers in the audience as well. But just to give you a sense. And then I'm obligated by law to show you at least one chart that looks like this, right, where everything goes up and to the right. But the point I want to make is, this is IDC's kind of projection on what's going to happen with fixed line traffic. And essentially in 2010, it was 10,000 petabytes per month. And by 2015, it will be 100,000 petabytes per month. So essentially a 10x explosion, if you will, on fixed line, which essentially, you guys kind of fall under. I know it's not exactly fixed line, but essentially, it's not necessarily mobile, right? But if we take a look at mobile, people talk about the explosion of mobile data, and yeah, okay, it's true, but guess what? It's still a fifth, right, of what the overall consumption will be in 2015. But the more interesting thing is, this is growing, I think, by a factor of 100, right? So this is a much steeper growth curve in terms of usage. Now, you'll be surprised to know that in 2011, again from IDC, that approximately 50% of the bandwidth was streaming video and audio. Anybody want to take a crack at what the number one application in that was? Yeah, right. Okay. I monitor a number of rural providers through some tools that we have, and it's pretty consistent. And 40%, 45%, maybe 50%. So it's pretty close to what the picture that I show you here. The point I want to make is, peer-to-peer is still a fairly big chunk at 20%, web browsing around 20%, and then other, at 13.3. If I take a look at what's going to happen to that over the next 5 years, essentially, streaming is going to increase, approximately, I guess, 12 to 15%, somewhere in that neighborhood. Who buys that? Who believes that? Yeah, okay. I would say a solid 50-50 mix, right? I'm sure, it's probably going to be somewhat in that neighborhood. Note that peer-to-peer starts to shrink, and then web browsing starts to shrink as well. Again, so much web browsing is now become media related, right? So, why is metered broadband important? Well, I'm only getting just so much money from my customers, right? And I have costs, and I've exaggerated them here just to make the point, right? But I can't continually invest in infrastructure to support something that isn't growing from a revenue perspective. So I need to think about what that means to me, right? And if you don't believe it, I'm okay with that. But this is coming to a theater near us. Now, when we first started talking to our customers about billing and metering and all that stuff, they were all like, oh man, I don't know if we can take that on, I don't know if it's the right thing to do. Guess what? We have now dozens and dozens of billing and metering projects that we're doing for customers that 2 years ago told us, I'll never do that. Now they're saying, oh yeah, I will have to do it. And the reason is some of the dynamics that I've shown you here. Increased traffic, specifically streaming media, and then also, of course, the expense from an infrastructure perspective to support that traffic, right? So, all right, so I call these guys the Fellowship of the Uncaring, and the people in this room actually have figured this out and figured it out a long time ago, but I work for a number of these vendors, so I'll just point them out to you. And I won't tell you which one, but I work for one of them, and my boss came up with this great idea. We need to tell customers how to optimize their infrastructure, which sounds, by the way, a little bit like what Procera does, right? And he went about, and he was a very smart guy, MIT grad, brilliant guy, well respected in the company, beloved by all of his employees. And he went out and he said, this is what we need to be telling customers. They don't have to buy more hardware. They can optimize what they have. If we could just put the services thing to bed, or at least on our equipment in some way, shape, or fashion. Anybody want to guess what happened to him?
Got fired.
He got fired. Yes, exactly. All right. So when I say this is the Fellowship of the Uncaring, I work for them. These are all fine companies, by the way. I'm not saying that. But they love the fact that you have to buy more gear to support, the infrastructure right now. I think also that's why the WISPs are very clever about who they use for some of their manufacturers, right? So you guys have kind of a whole other list of, great manufacturers that provide products that are, really more tuned towards your networks. But be aware, those guys, they just don't care. And I gave you an example of why. So, once upon a time in my life, I weighed 285 pounds, and I was killing myself because I like buffets where I could go and eat all I could possibly lay my hands on. And I think what we're saying now is this is going to become a little different, right? We're going to go from all you can eat to what you need or want, right? From a consumption of data perspective. Because let's face it, if we keep giving people endless gobs of data, they will continue to consume it, and you're going to have to support it. And so it gets a little challenging from a financial perspective. So we have a roadmap to success, what we call it, just a couple of steps. And I want to point out that you may be anywhere along this roadmap. In other words, some people are further down the road than others. Some of you probably are already, how many are already doing billing and metering? All right, so there's a couple. All right, how many of you kind of thinking about it, considering it? A couple of those, all right. So you'll find yourself anywhere along the lines. And we boiled this down to a series of best practices. And this is what Procera enables you to do. And then ultimately, the ultimate power of both the billing as well as some of the simplification is supported through the Powercode. But we like to say you analyze, you optimize, you personalize, and you monetize. And I have that in a wrap, but I won't bore you with that today. All right. So when we talk about analyzation, some of the things that you can do with our gear is identify top users. How many of you know who your top users are? Okay, so there are a few out there, right? Why is it important to know who they are?
So you can control them, I guess.
So you can control those son of a bitches. That's right. Because they're the future, right? They're the ones that are out there kind of churning it up, right? So yeah, so you can control them, absolutely. Prevalent applications. How many of you track prevalent applications? Not so many. Okay. Through the Procera, we have over 2,000 signatures that allow us to identify various applications. So, whether it's BitTorrent or whether it's, some other obscure application, WhatsApp or WhatsApp on an iPhone or whatever the case might be, we have ways to look at these packets and tell you what they are. Now, that may be important to you or it may not, right? But some providers, as an example, will actually provide bandwidth shaping for a certain application on a certain device. And this is some of the things that you can do, all right? So that gives you a sense there. You can baseline usage, right? You can understand, what's my average user using? Anybody know? Anybody know what their average user uses?
1 gigabyte a month, 30 gigabytes, like an hour, you mean?
Yeah. So 20, 30 a month, right?
Around 30.
Yeah, somewhere in there. I think that's pretty consistent, by the way, for, it sometimes can be 35 or in that neighborhood. But we've seen a number of rural customers that have decided to sign up for a Verizon MiFi plan. Anybody seen that in their customer base at all? And what happened to those customers?
They came back.
They came back, right? Because I guess that 5 gig plan just didn't make it, right? So, this is an important number to know. This is a number that we track consistently, whether it's per user, whether it's across all your users, however you choose to look at it. But this is important, an important step of analyzation. Measure quality of experience. So a couple different things that can be done there. We can look at delays in both directions. We can look at packet drops in both directions. These can be important troubleshooting techniques for understanding what's going on in the network. Optimizing, couple things. I'm going to show you peering analytics, so I got an example of that. But I can also plan for capacity, right? I can take a look and say, what are my busy times? What are my peak times? When do I have plenty of bandwidth? When do I, maybe I sell a service that, sells into that gaping maw when I don't have that many people on the network, right? Another thing is CapEx reductions and delays. So, by taking a closer look at this kind of data, you're able to potentially push out, capital expenses, right? On the personalized side, one of the things that's more or less been proven over and over again is customers like thinking that their service is unique, right? So for example, some of the more, we see a lot of RFPs from, providers large and small, but one thing that we see increasingly in terms of interest is that people are looking for, can you prioritize, these applications and then not prioritize or block those applications? And what they're really looking to do is to customize how their users consume the bandwidth so that the customer can say, well, I use this, this, and this, but I don't really use that. So I want to take my 35 gig a month and point it to, Facebook, and then the rest of it I don't really care about. You can block it, or maybe you put it in as a best effort, or whatever the case might be. But again, these are the kinds of things that you can do on the personalization front. I'm going to show you parental control, not too complicated an application, but speed and volume are big, right? Speed is, what speeds am I providing up and down, and then volume. Is it 35 gig a month? Is it 10 gig a month? What's the right number there? On the monetized side, there's a number of different services that may roll out as a result of this exercise. One is tiered services, right? Where do I think the right tiers are? Maybe I need a 25 gig plan and a 35 gig plan if that's where most of my customers are falling. Maybe my top users are in the 50 gig area, so I want to have something that speaks to them as well. And then finally, top-off service, which I'm going to show you in detail, an example from one of our providers that implemented a top-off service, so you'll know what that is. And then metering, and then lastly, billing integration, which is what we're doing with Powercode. So I want to take a look at some real deployments and use cases so that you guys have a sense of where we fit. So this is our typical deployment model. Doesn't always have to look this way, but basically this is what it looks like. So what you see here is network over here on this side. And by the way, we don't care what the physical medium is, whether it's, if it's barbed wire, that's okay with us, right? As long as it's IP data, then, we can do our magic. So this shows Wi-Fi, DSL, cable, and by the way, many of our rural providers have, all of this stuff in one bag. And I'm sure maybe some of you guys have that exact case as well. But right here in the heart of this system is something called the Packet Logic Real-Time Enforcement Agent. And this product sits right in line. So this is really the heart and soul of what we do. It sits in line, it takes a look at everything going by in both directions, it records it, it knows it, it analyzes it, all right, and it can send further data about what's going on with that. If there's a policy to be enforced, somebody doesn't pay their bill, which is an aspect of Simon's integration that he's done with the Powercode, he can bounce that user over to a captive portal and force them to re-up. I don't remember exactly how yours works, but it seems like it works that way. All right, so again, this is the thing, sits in line, and then understands everything that's going on in and out of the network, and then can enforce the actual policy that you put in place. Whether it's speed, whether it's volume, whether it's send this guy over to the penalty box. All right? We also have a component called a PIC, and this is really for long-term statistical collection. In most WISPs, we actually have a PIC license that we enable and put over here. It does statistics collection for a limited number of subscribers, but I think typically sufficient for most WISPs, 25,000, 50,000. Depending on what product. So in most cases, you guys might not see this. It will actually be a license that runs under here. Then up top is something called PSM, or the Packet Logic Subscriber Manager. And this is one of the great things about what the work that Powercode has done is the PSM essentially correlates anything, any subscriber information you may have with the data stream itself. And what Simon has done, the work that he has done, in most cases should eliminate the need for that. So that's going to make it more economical for you guys to deploy. So, you know, mileage may vary. You need to talk to both Simon and your Procera rep to make sure that, you know, yeah, okay, we don't need that piece. But in the Powercode integration, in most cases, you will see that you perhaps don't need that. And that's a savings of probably 25 to 30K and maybe even more than that, depending on how many subs you have. But just be aware, that's a piece of our equipment. Now over here on the right-hand side, I show all these applications. Those are the 2,000 signatures that we're able to grab onto and identify, as well as the various content. We also have the capability to do URL filtering, and with that, or I should say content categorization. And with that, we can do anything to any category of content. So for example, we were talking about streaming media earlier. We have a content category for streaming media. If you want to say that streaming media is only going to be transmitted at, you know, this level, you could potentially apply that to that whole content category. Or you could apply it to the entire application or some subset of applications. So there's a variety of different ways you can navigate with all of this stuff, right? All right, so that's our basic deployment model. And I want to talk briefly about kind of QoE analysis, because we talked about this. And what it does is, within the Procera, we have the ability to look at both drop packets in one direction, missing segments, if you will, as well as missing segments in another direction. So we can take a look at inbound, outbound. All right, so I guess here the blue arrow represents what's going on in my network. The green arrow represents what's going on upstream from me. Oftentimes what we see is our customers use this to troubleshoot you know, upstream neighbor problems. So if you take a look at this, come on now, there we go. All right, that's what that's showing. It's basically relating this back to a specific MAC address. And I don't know, do you put in mnemonics or anything like that, or do we just represent it as a subscriber MAC address right now?
They're actually by IPs for us.
Okay.
Most of the stuff, but you have something very simple.
Yeah. Okay. So peering management is another interesting one. We had a provider who it's kind of a funny story actually. So he had one very inexpensive peer that was supposed to be providing him his Netflix, and he had a parent company that was much more expensive that was supposed to be providing him his Netflix. And what he found was that through peering management, he was able to identify that he was spending approximately 3 times the overall transit traffic that he was getting from Netflix. So he tweaked his policies to move that traffic. The laser pointer doesn't work, I apologize. He tweaked the traffic, his BGP policies, to move that traffic over to the provider that was less expensive. And this is something, again, that we are able to do or monitor and then report on if that's something that's of interest to you. Parental control personalization, you know, this is a big one. If you have customers that are schools or things like that, you know, they may say, you know, we want to block all, whatever the case may be, you know, adult content as an example. So that gal over on the right-hand side is my example of adult content, and I want to keep it from the kids. And so essentially,
You want us to ask questions as you're going? Great.
no, please ask questions.
So do you consider that service that we could obviously offer to our customers as a complete replacement for some of the people that specialize in that business, the Barracuda filters? There's a few that specialize in the
Yep.
K-12 market. If we put this in place, we could compete against that.
Yes, correct.
What about packages for individual customers that are, we've got one group that's a Christian-based group that probably 90% of those clients all use some kind of a nanny type of service that brings their latency up to 300 durable internet experience.
Right.
Could you eliminate that and sell them a $50 a month package?
Right. So what so I want to be clear on what the product is. Essentially, we went out and we looked at all of the OEM providers of URL lists because we're not experts on that, right? So this is a live OEM list that's updated on a daily basis that can potentially be downloaded to your Procera on a daily basis if you chose to do that. It's kept, completely, you have the ability to report any miscategorizations that you may see and so forth. And then we have what I think is a pretty aggressive price for this service, for the product, right, which is basically an agreement with us that we'll provide it to you. That puts us pretty much in the ballpark with any of those other devices. And in fact, depending on how many subs you have, it can be more aggressive than some of what they have. You see those services sometimes offered for $3 to $4 a sub. Depending on how many subs you have, we can get into the $1 to $2 range as well. So, and that could be a service that you can then re-offer to your customers. Sure.
Without affecting leads.
Correct. Yeah, we actually run this in our engine. I don't have a good thing to describe this for you, but essentially, for all intents and purposes, all of our platforms have 2 CPUs or 2 cores in the case of some of the smaller platforms. And we run 2 operating systems within there. We run a Linux operating system for all of the user stuff. So for example, SNMP, box management would run on that particular core. The second core is devoted to something called Packet Logic operating system. And this is our own purpose-built DPI operating system. And so from a latency perspective, we're on the microseconds, and these lookups, the full categorization of the internet right now in this particular database is right around 50 million URLs, and we can do that right in line without the kind of latency that you see. Now, some of the attraction there is that you can replace additional equipment that's slow, but for us, URL extraction was something we always did. So the only thing that we really added was the categorization piece. So what we do is we take the URL, we hash it, we compare it to the list of hashes provided by the content database, the 50 million, and then we come up with an answer, and if the policy says drop, then we drop. If the policy says put it in a QoS bin, then we put it in a QoS bin.
So for companies that are looking right now that we're supplying a Barracuda appliance to,
Yep.
that they go through and they pick, we don't want Facebook on this, we don't want whatever.
Yep.
Are they, is the system able to, without us being involved as much, allow someone that's in an administrative capacity in a company to say, here's the things we don't want coming into our company? That's how we apply it.
Yes.
Like a Barracuda.
Yes, it can block it. It can block it just based on our vanilla filtering, or it can block it based on a content concept as well. So for example, social media is a content category.
Right.
You may choose on a business line to block all social media, in which case, you're going to get your false positives where it's going to hit LinkedIn, and that may not make the employees happy. But then you can whitelist some of that stuff as well. So in addition to the 50 million URL blacklist or list, right, you could set up a whitelist that set up certain exclusions for them to say, oh, LinkedIn is okay, but all other social media is not okay. So yeah, those are things that we can do, yes.
Do you charge extra for this type of thing in your box? Like if they want to do the parental control, is that another block of cost?
The content categorization is in fact an additional block of cost, yes, absolutely. The filtering is not. So the ability, well, we have a monitoring software package, which for all intents and purposes nobody buys, if you can imagine, right? However, in large providers, they'll actually deploy some boxes for monitoring only, and then they'll do the actual enforcement in an upstream box. So they'll, let's just say for the sake of argument that, the package for monitoring is 20,000, the package for full blocking is 40,000. So they may make a decision to deploy the monitoring at a lower point in the network, let's say, out here, closer to the edge. And they may choose to do the full policy enforcement, closer to the border router. So the answer to your question is, it can work however you choose to. We don't see that many customers, especially small customers, purchase, forego the enforcement. And the reason for that is you're not just looking for monitoring, you're looking for monitoring and enforcement. So enforcement is an additional cost, an additional license cost.
The reason why I'm asking is we've got school districts now that want to put iPads in. You may have heard that LA didn't do a very good job of blocking it.
Yep.
But I'm seeing on their budgets huge prices for equipment to do this type of work.
Yep.
Which if we could integrate into our sales of bandwidth to them,
Yep.
we probably could monetize this and pretty well pay for some of our stuff.
Yeah, our sales rep, Bill Barnes, isn't here yet, but he'll be at the booth tomorrow. But we have one specific case, St. Clair County RESA in Michigan. Anybody from Michigan? Nobody? Oh, wow. Okay, so anyway, they had that exact case. They basically rolled out a one-to-one program with 10,000 iPads. They delivered, I forget, let's say 1,500 of them to one of the 7 counties within the RESA. They went to fire up, they hit 0 day on update day. They all went to download the update, and guess what? They crushed the network and stopped the other 6 counties from communicating at all. So the other gentleman that's joining Bill tomorrow at the booth, he set up a very clever set, and I didn't get into this too much, but it's possible to nest these policies inside one another. So for example, what they do is they have an overall bandwidth allocation for a given county within the RESA. Within that, they allow for a certain amount of that traffic to be Apple updates, all right? And then outbound, going to the upstream network, they squeeze that down. They allow that a little bit more, but what they've ensured is that update traffic, Apple update traffic, will not crush the network the way it did when they rolled out these 1,500 iPads. So that's specifically what they use it for.
Microsoft Update can do the same thing.
Microsoft Updates can do the same thing, yeah, exactly. So
you can tell update dates.
Right, exactly. So again, it's a case of nesting your QoS policies, and it's virtually as flexible as you need it to be. If you want them to have this, then they can have that. If you want to have them to have that within a smaller pipe, or a larger pipe that's associated with some given set of users, you can set it up that way, which is exactly the way that RESA does it. So think of them, they have 7 counties, or 6 or 7, I don't remember, but they have a bandwidth pipe, if you will, defined for each one of the counties, and then within them they have a small piece of that set up for update traffic, and then they have a maximum one going into the upstream border router to set up for the maximum they would allow out of all 7 systems. So yes, absolutely. Yep.
Is there a standard in the filter products that you sell? In addition, is there a standard that would be something suitable for schools that we could say, this is a sort of like an industry standard? Have you all designed something that would work well for school service?
Yep. So, and I should also be clear, this is pretty similar from a network perspective. This is pretty much what the RESA looks like, the case that I just mentioned. It's a little bit different, obviously. They don't have any cable assets or things like that. But from a build practice perspective, we would typically deploy in that kind of a network up here. We would typically deploy 2 units, only because most customers want redundancy. And we've got that pretty much down in terms of what it should look like. We'll never deploy at a school, an individual school. And the reason for that is, at anywhere from 20,000 to, and up, it's a big expense for a singular school. But at the head end of a system, and in the recent case, if I remember correctly, they have 2 10-gig links inbound to their provider, to their providers. That's not a hard. These guys had the problem in April. They had the equipment in June. And you know how hard it is to work with them, right? It's like pulling teeth to get stuff that through the school system that quickly. But it was such a big problem. It was they'd already seen what was going to happen. And the one-to-one program for the iPads that's the CIO's number one. That's what he wants out there, right? Let's get that thing out there. So yeah.
Let me just clarify an answer you gave. One of the issues with these content filtering boxes that the schools are familiar with is that they have a user interface they can enter to make tweaks and optimizations. And I thought the question was asked that, can we give an end user any access to that find adjustability with inside our box, which is gonna be at the head end of our local.
Yeah,
our
no,
network.
I'm
That's
tracking
gonna
with
have
you.
multiple schools.
Well, first of all, that is a requirement, so I understand what you're asking for. And we have been asked for it before, and no, we don't have it currently today. But it would be something, I don't know whether this would be the same kind of network you would deploy PowerCode on. It would be potentially something that Simon could do.
I've actually already been thinking about this. We don't have the content filtering piece yet to play with, so we haven't gone that far. But my intent with this, someone had asked, I think Steve, maybe actually, someone had asked on the forum about content filtering, so we've been talking about this already. What my plan is that you'll just have like a generic service. And if you recall a slide I had where you were building those shaping rules, that we do the exact same thing in the customer portal. So if the customer had that service, they could go in and define the categories that they're going to drop or what, Now, it probably would be pretty basic, it's just blocks. Like now we let customers build shaping rules for stuff, but they would just say, no, I don't want these things. That'd be fairly simple to do, it's just.
He already does a lot of the background work. It's basically setting up a filter, just so that you know. So it's picking and choosing which content categories you want.
Customer accessible is a different animal.
Yeah, currently we don't do that. No.
So the portal, I feel like, is the place for that.
Yes,
Even if
right.
they had it, now they gotta go log here, they gotta log, just generally.
But, yeah.
You should do a deal with PowerCode.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The billing companies are in a better position to provide the customer portal that's more friendly to your customers, so that they can go tweak it on their own. But the requirement is not new. I've heard it before, and you know what? It'll take me forever to get it through Procera. The reason is, for the most part, we sell to providers, and they deploy, and it's locked down, and they don't want their customers fooling around with it. This case is a case that it's different, right? So I get that. Yeah.
Just so I'm clear on it, on the PRV, this is just a feature that can be enabled?
Yes, right.
It's a license?
It's a license, correct. Yep.
All right. And it's like a one-time license, or based on per user?
It's a per user, however, for small providers, it's capped. So you don't pay any more, and it's a per year as well. Now, the reason that it's per year is that's how the other URL filtering guys do it. So keep that in mind.
Did you build once a year, or?
Yep. Okay. Top-off monetization. So this is a really interesting one. Customer came to us a couple of years ago, and he said, I have all these customers, and they buy a 30 gig plan, and at the end of the month, they're getting close to their limit. And what we do now is we put them in the penalty box and slow them down so that they just don't use that much data. And what we'd really like to do is we'd like to be able to sell them an additional 5 gig of capacity. So, and this, by the way, happened to be Yoigo, but it doesn't really matter who it is. So what we did was, we set this up, we do all the bit counting for them. The customer gets close to their limit. They basically get redirected, which is a policy, so we redirect them to a portal. Portal says, hey, you're close to your limit, what do you want to do? And if he says okay, he gets to buy 5 more gig, and if he says no, he gets put back in the pool of the great unwashed, and he runs out of data eventually. So this, by the way, this project, now Yoigo's a big provider, but it paid back in 2.5 days. It garnered them $1 million worth of revenue in the first month that they had it turned on, just to give you a sense. So I know the scale there is big, but this can be a pretty valuable thing.
Simon?
I'm sorry.
You like that?
You want that? Well, so you asked about this, and so what we have today, I don't know how many people in here probably know it's some of the UBP, but we have really 2 methods. Well, we have 3. So, and you can use these in tandem. Okay, so method 1 is when you cross your threshold, you get slowed. Method 2 is when you cross your threshold, you get billed flat amount. Method 3 is when you cross your threshold, you get charged X per Y, where X is dollars and Y is usage. So X per Y is what a lot of people do. If you have 30 gigs, then we bill $1 a gig, and however many gigs you get that $3 charges. So the downside of that, a lot of people use that, but the downside of it is you're gonna get Sean Sweeney there loading a million gigs of porn, he gets a bill for, $40,000 a day, he's not gonna pay it. Whereas if you do the top of the way, they have to pay to continue. So it is something we're planning on having, I think it is valuable. I actually think in the long run, probably kind of a better way of doing it, because you get the money back. You're not sending them the bill at the end of the month, but using it to borrow and consume it, hoping that they're gonna pay it. So it's on the roadmap.
Along the same line, you have something that notifies when they're approaching those limits?
Yeah, so you can do it a variety of ways. They can have an email that goes out every day, and you can configure those days. So you can configure them so that and it says this is how much you've used this month so far. They can log in a portal and see what they've used, and you can configure an email that goes out at a certain threshold. So 80%, 90%, 100%, they get an email, and you can configure what that email says.
So a little bit about billing system integration. So just pull it off to the side just so we can take a look at it. And in this particular case, for the most part, many of our billing integrations integrate directly with PSM. In the case of Powercode, however, what we've done is we've made that relationship go away, which means that this essentially allows you to set up all your policy through the Powercode and implement all of the service tiers and that kind of stuff directly through Powercode. So this saves you potentially, $30K or more. Now, mileage may vary. There may be cases where you need PSM, so I don't want to say in every case it'll go away, but in most cases it should. And again, that's the result of all the good work that Simon's done. And I want to be clear too. We don't do this with anybody else in the footprint. The reason we did it with Powercode is, we felt that they were technically capable of doing it, and Simon's proven that. And then also, we thought they were the right partner to do this with. So just be clear, it's something that Powercode does that's unique. So you did a demonstration earlier, right?
Not really like backloaded or anything.
Okay.
Fine, so if you have that.
I don't have a net connection now, so there you go.
Yeah, well, we will have one set up in the booth.
Yep.
That's really the best place to see it. We'll have a TV. We actually were really nice to it this time.
Yep.
So have a TV set up, capture stuff, and we'll have a live demonstration of this working, so you can see people watching Netflix, going to YouTube, whatever else.
Yeah, so stop by the booth and you can get a full product demonstration. But all of the things that I've spoken about from a detailed perspective, you can see all these things. So you can see individual connections, you can see different applications associated with specific users, different ways of carving these things up and so forth. So again, stop by the booth. This is one of our happy customers. This happens to be the CIO of Yoigo, and of course he was happy because that top-off program I mentioned earlier paid back in 2.5 days, and within a month he had $1 million worth of revenue to show for it. He's now at Orange, at France Telecom, doing almost the exact same thing. He's implementing Procera there as well for a very similar kind of program. So just so that you guys are aware. And then questions? So that's all I had for you. If you got any questions, yes, sir.
I got an example. We have on Sundays roll around, we have a whole bunch of churches on our network, and they will 20 meg all day long on Sunday, just at the churches, between all the different users that log on their phone. So I'm guessing this software will itemize each connection per IP address. It'll let you know what connections are going through, and you can actually then distinguish different programs or whatever, and then you can actually look at it.
Yes.
The program.
Yeah, there's a
what they're actually doing.
Yeah, there's a variety of different things we can do in that particular case. So we know how many connections each user has. So, for example, in the case that you're describing, if they're not natted, which they probably are, you could see connections per user. You could see applications per user. You could see that certain people are using, let's say, WhatsApp versus HTTP browsing. You can see what sites they're going to if that's of interest to you. Pretty much everything. So we.
So the only reason why we want to implement something. So I guess another question comes along is we've never actually worried about doing or
Yes, so you could, for example, if you knew which updates that you wanted to go after, so for example, Microsoft Updates is one application, Apple Updates is another application, you could put those in QoS buckets that limited how much bandwidth they use to whatever you wanted. Or it could limit the number of connections, limiting how many users could actually use that particular service across the network. Yeah, that's a good point.
So I guess the next question about that is legality issues with that. Is there any?
I don't think so. Right. I mean, the thing is, if the traffic's unencrypted, it's visible, and it's visible all the way through the internet. And, you know, I think even if you put something in your TOS that says we may inspect traffic for troubleshooting purposes, I mean, there's no, as far as I'm aware, I mean, there's no legal ramifications to doing that.
Hey, the NSA does it, and they don't even tell you about it. Ah.
They buy it from you?
Actually not.
I have a question for you.
No, they built it their own. We built it for them. Yeah, exactly. That's a better way to put it.
I have a question.
Good. Yeah.
We've been using Hostini from Google, but they're doing away with service provider capabilities in December.
Yep.
Is there some way to actually monitor email coming in with viruses and stuff like that? Is there any kind of
No.
thing that you look
That,
at?
that's something that we do not. Is active payload inspection, let's say. Yeah. So anything that requires us to kind of put something in a sandbox and look at, we don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we probably never will either. So it's not even on the roadmap. Yeah. Other questions?
Yeah, how long does it say the history?
Remember I showed you the picture of the PIC? There's an offline statistical collection engine. So you can actually store statistics over there, port them off however long you want to keep them. Yeah. So for all intents and purposes, forever. Some of the larger providers that we have collect statistics and save in their PIC somewhere between 18 months and 24 months of statistical information. Now that's not every field, right? You know, they're picking and choosing. You have the ability to pick and choose. I want to save user agent because I want to know what kind of devices are downloading certain traffic, right? Or I want to collect application and user, right? So you can pick and choose which attributes you go after, which then helps condense the space that's required. But yeah, we have large providers with their PIC complexes collecting 18 months, 24 months. But you have the ability to port that off, and then you can look at it again later on if you choose to do that. And there's some regulatory requirements where they're required to keep it live for 3 years in some cases. Some European countries require them to hang on to the data for 3 years, so they do it that way. Yeah. Okay. Yep. What does it mean? I have no idea. It's just the
story market.
No, it's the name of the company. Yeah, sorry. Pro-Sarah. Isn't it obvious? I'm sorry. It's the combination of two companies. The history is there was a company in the States called Procera and a company in Sweden called NetIntact that came together, and now we're called Procera. But in terms of what it means, I don't know. Yeah. We don't have any fancy names. All right. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, one more.
Typical installation, I'm a small ISP, less than 1,000 customers. Typical installation with Powercode and Procera, typically, what kind of a window are you looking at to actually implement? In terms of time.
Yeah, it's really complicated to say. I mean, to get Procera in the network is 2 minutes. You plug in 2 cables and it starts working. To integrate it all with Powercode, just depends how much you want to do. I mean, I would say Jake went to build a booth. I mean, Jake does most of our turnos. On average, we have a customer up and running within about 10, 15 days to be able to start billing. But a lot of that is getting all the customer information in the Powercode, getting all the old history out of whatever you were using before. If you were just saying like a brand new ISP, you need to plug everything in and set it up, you could be done in a day or two. But most of it is the difficulty of you have all this data you want to get in PowerCode, we need to get it in a way that we can get it in. So that's really it. But I mean, to put the box in the network, I'm not exaggerating to say pull this cable, plug it in there, pull this one, plug it in there, and it just works. It's easy.
And once you've got customers in PowerCode to tie them into Procare is pretty fast.
Yeah, it's just the same as it would be to do with a VMU. So yeah, that's
Thank you all. I appreciate your time, and I'll be seeing you around the campus.
So I'm going to use the mic. I don't have quite such a booming voice. So I know we're rapidly shedding people. We're all running off to Cambium. So I'll try and be interesting. We've got a couple more things to go through. So I'll give you a quick run through what we have left so you can know if you're interested. I got some new search. We're going to talk about backups. I've got the migration process to go from 9 to 10. And a couple of third-party integrations we have that I don't think a lot of people know about. So hopefully those all sound really interesting. And we'll have some prizes for people that stay till the end. So. Okay, so search. So back when 3 years ago when we did the show and we talked about V10, one of the things we added was a global search method that seemed like a really good idea and it really wasn't. What ended up happening was it really didn't scale very well, and you would search for something like, Robert, and you'd get entries where Robert was in the notes, it was a customer's name, it was a street name, a piece of equipment. So we started over. So today you have some search up at the top you can use that's global, you have search on the left that can be specific. So what we've done is to unify this into a single search up at the top. We've eliminated all search from the left bar. By clicking in a search field, you now get this little pop-out that will let you search by a variety of different things. And these are, typically what you have in PowerCode today, except we rewrote them all. The output is now new. You can export it, you can filter it. It's in the same style of tables we have everywhere else. And the nice thing is, for example, searching on equipment, you can now individually filter the name, plus the equipment name, plus the IP, a partial IP, search MAC address, whatever. So try to make it a lot more powerful. This can also export to Excel, CSV, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. The default?
Yes. Yes. I tried to make that so it made sense. I think I had Chris do this, and I think the first default was like transactions or something. So, name and phone is the default. So some of the queries are kind of slow, now they're not. Well, also, this makes it a lot easier for us. The old search code was the old code, and it was a nightmare to work in. Now it's much, much easier for us to add things like searching by voice DIUs or whatever, maybe Procera shaping rules or whatever new things we have. So that'll be coming in V10. One nice thing here is now this removes search from the left bar. I don't know if everyone knows this, but we added a little arrow on the left bar a couple ago where you can scoot it over. I know some people like Jay is using a monitor from 1963, and it's hard to fit all of PowerCode on the screen with the sidebar. So now if you don't care about recent items, or at least you don't need them all the time, you can scoot those off the side and have a lot more room. Long term, I'd like to move those somewhere else so we can just get rid of the sidebar, but we'll need something for version 11. Okay, so that's pretty simple. I don't know if anyone has any questions about search. I will keep going. All right, I have to talk about backups because this has been a nightmare for us this year. I have 4 customers this year with a completely failed billing server. 2 of them, luckily, were able to ship the hard drives for recovery. I don't know what it cost them, but it was a lot, at least 4 figures, probably close to 5. They were down for weeks. One of them didn't know who his customers were. He had no external backup, he had no list, he had nothing. He literally called us and said, I don't know where my equipment is, and I don't know who my customers are. And I had to just tell them, I'm very sorry, but neither do we. One of them actually had his billing service stolen. Someone literally unwrapped it and took it. None of these people had backups. Thing is, we just redid backups. I thought we made them really easy. And we even put an alert on the front screen that says, hey, you haven't configured your backups, but clearly it wasn't obvious enough. So there's a couple of things that we've seen that I feel like I have to clarify. So people will put 2 drives in a server and think, I'm good, I have RAID. Or they'll put it in a virtual environment and say, okay, it's good because it'll fail between systems. But there's scenarios in which even if you do this, your server is still going to be toast. So depending on the size of the server, the stick may be smaller or larger, but there's easy ways to destroy that level of redundancy. So one of the things you can do here, there are a lot of people, this is a huge pain, right? It's backups are no fun, they're not very interesting. One of the things you've seen people start to do is stop hosting their billing servers internally. They use a rack space or a soft layer or somebody, they run their billing server off-site, they have them do backups for them. I don't know if this is your whole business, do you still want to have some backups yourself? But if you're running a server under your desk in a trailer, or you can run it at SoftLayer's data center, you're probably a little better off with SoftLayer, and they'll do some backups for you. There's a lot of options. One of the ones we built in with the new backup service was the ability to use Dropbox. I don't know if people are familiar with Dropbox, but it's about as easy as you can get. It's not super cheap, but it's not really super expensive. You know, there's all kinds of different methods you can go, but whichever one it is, you need one. The other thing with these 4 customers that lost their service is they called us and said, I need you to restore my backups for me. And we said, okay, well, give it to us and we'll put it on. And they said, well, you've got it, right? We do not store your backups. We do not have any backups for anyone's billing servers. We never have. So please know you need to back stuff up. It's very important. And you can easily see if these aren't all green, especially the remote backups one, your backups are not being pushed remotely. So you should fix it.
On your backup, is it just backing up the database, or is it also including the images?
All the images, all the files, the graphs, everything.
I want to put that on the server.
No, it wouldn't be different. Well, so I mean, if you have tons and tons of files, yeah, I mean, it can be slow. What we normally see people do is they put added somewhere internal to the network that they can move. But I know in your case, you go like 4,000 gigs of images. So one of the things you can do, though, is we have the incrementals, right? Where once a week we still do a full, but the other days you do incrementals, so at least only once a week you're taking your whole network down. So there's one thing I'll say here, we only do the backups once a day. You know, the challenge here is if you back up at 3 a.m. and your server fails at 11 p.m., you've still got a day's worth of data that's gone. What we're looking to do is make it easier to have redundant service, things like that. You know, virtualization is a great solution to this. You know, it's easy to, you know, with a combination of backups and having multiple servers and SANs and things, you know, you're pretty well protected against most of that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's about all I got on backups. I just make sure you've got it, yeah.
Can you guys validate backup for us? We have ours backed up to a NAS every day, but we don't try restoring it.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to run a test restore or something, we can do that. It's actually, we're planning as part of V10 is going to be, I know Steve just went through backup, and it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be, so we're going to write some guides on it. We do have a script that'll go and re-import the whole database, and you really just copy most of the files over, but yes, we can help you. The easiest way, if you can throw up a little VM or something on a workstation, we'll install Powercode and run your backup on it for you. Yeah.
One thing I did is I moved it over to VM, and we do 4 snapshots a day.
Right. I mean, it is great as long as you're keeping the snapshots.
Yeah, we're just 4 snapshots. And then the one at the end of the day we keep.
Yeah. Okay.
But if we lose it in the middle of the day, then it's just, it doesn't affect the system and it's seamless, it just happens.
I mean, the reason I put this in here is every one of you in this room is going to lose a server at some point. And literally, if you've entrusted Powercode with running your whole ISP and you don't have a backup, I mean, one of these guys, I almost guarantee he's going to quit. I don't know, he doesn't even know where his equipment is. You know, it's crazy.
Why don't you actually set it up as one of the options to back up Powercode?
Like to back it up to us.
Yeah,
Just liability, to be honest. It's, you know, we would have to really either have a huge thing you would sign to say we don't guarantee it work, we don't, you know what I mean? That's really why, I mean, we have talked about it, but there's so many options out there.
To be honest with you, when we first started, it was well before your time. What they did for us,
Yeah.
Amazon Zen,
Right.
nothing else. They ended up moving it.
Yeah, back in the day. Did you lose it at Christmas?
They're running my server on the French, it was just too far.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we have talked about it, but I mean, we use it as a company called rsync.net that we use for our backups. I've seen a lot of people start to use Dropbox because we built it and it's just easy. But, yeah, it's important. I mean, they're so boring. Like, you know, we have to back up so much stuff, and it's so boring. But yeah, but the thing is, really, you should still validate them and stuff like that. And then, do we do it or do you do it? I mean, I agree, it would be great. All both. All right, well, you're talking me into it. We're gonna launch a backup service. It's $10,000 a day. Yeah, database is the important part, right? Even if all you store is a database, please at least do that. I beg of you.
Do you have the capability of just choosing that as an option? Just store the data?
Just to do the DB, you don't. But if you don't really utilize a lot of files being uploaded to Powercode, then the rest of the backup's pretty small anyway. It does back up the database separately from the files, so if you were kind of managing offsite storage of those, you could not copy the files over if you didn't care about them. I mean, for most people, if files aren't big, is kind of an anomaly, because you have like 5 or 6 images for every single install, right? So, plus the contract. Yeah. So. Okay.
Yeah, well, you can consult this, customer complaint that we show them that
We actually started doing it just because.
Yeah, it's always pushing back really hard, I did try to.
There is a surprise, I'm shocking. I don't want me to see the work they're doing. Yeah. Right.
Next year, we're back to see a transform.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you can't store all these files in Powercode, so, you know, take pictures of stuff. Okay, so this one's pretty short. We've been rewriting a lot of the reports. You know, the reports is one of the things that's still very much in a sort of old-style Powercode. So when we hired this new developer, Chris, what I try to do when we hire people is make them really not want to work with me. So I told him to rewrite all the reports, and he hated it, but he has done the vast majority of them. So the major goals were, you know, we wanted them in a new style, filterable or exportable, etc. Some of them were very slow. Most of that was poor SQL queries, so we've really sped those up. Some of them we try to ensure accuracy. You know, there's some that act as a historical report but pull current data. Any of those kinds of things, we've been adding historical trending to make sure they're accurate whenever you look at them.
Are you starting to include the customer ID for all reports?
Yeah. So I'm not going to say every single one, but if we did, well, we'll add it. I still have to go through them all.
You know how many customers we have?
I know. That is a problem. In Wisconsin, they would like Joe, whatever. Yeah.
We do reconciliation on 3 types of payments: cash, check, and
Credit card?
Credit card.
Yep.
We have one report, you know.
Account class report.
What?
The account class report. That will give you a breakdown by the different payment types. Yeah, I can show it to you both. So here's some of the ones we rewrote. They're not all done. The account class report is the one that I really want to do, and it's the most complex report in Powercode, so I don't know if we'll get to it before V10, but this is just a few of them. I would say at least 50% of the reports are done, if not more. We're going to get the rest of them done. I realize, like, the thing we're reporting is it's just like backups. It's boring. Nobody likes it, especially the guys that have writing them, but really, it's one of the most important parts of Powercode, especially from a financial aspect. So we're working on Chris gave me even more in 2014. So if there's reports you need, we don't have them.
Have you ever considered about putting the user into the payment box?
I vaguely feel like you brought that up before, and I should have remembered. We probably talked about it, but we could do that.
The credits and the credit.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
You give dynamic population fields to customer reporting.
Like, an example?
So like I go to customer report, and I can name dynamic fields or build there. So
Oh, I see.
the date rate, with the customer class. So instead of we have to go in the actual
Yeah.
class each time.
Yeah, so the question was, for anyone who didn't hear, with the most common request I get with custom reports is if you want to build them for a date range, for example, you have to go put the date range in the custom report, then when you want to change it, you have to go change it. So yes, what we'd like to do is build a really dynamic report generator type thing, like crystal reports or something. You know, we might do something in the interim just to give like
So
some.
I'd like to have some access to the raw data, you know, not too big on making sure we have personal reports and everything.
Right.
But then I mean, build reports for
Well, that's because you know SQL, so.
build reports for people in the company and then say, okay, but then every time they do different data ranges, come back and ask.
Yeah, I mean, something like a day range would be fairly easy. You know, some things would be more complicated, but, yeah. Yes, I do have that on the list. Okay. All right, so migrating to version 10. So hopefully I've shown you all the good stuff and you've gotten all excited about all the new things we're going to do. So I've saved the nasty sandwich for the end. So fortunately everyone has to eat it, but we're going to try and make it fairly simple. So a couple of big things we're doing. Okay, so when you switch to this version 3 BMU, as I said earlier, all the configuration is going to be on the BMU. Well, what does that mean? We've got to get the BMU configured. Well, if you've got 400 local subnets, which some people do, that would mean you have to go put 400 subnets on the BMU. So I don't want you to have to do that. So we're going to have a tool that will scan your existing database, build a binary configuration file for the BMU, and let you upload it. I will simplify that piece. We are switching to 64-bit CentOS, and we're going to require 6.4. I know this really sucks. It means everyone needs to install a new operating system. We looked at supporting both 32 and 64. It's just a giant, it's way more work than it even sounds like, and to do it is going to really slow down development. Well, so the only thing that's really held us up from going 64-bit is there's a lot of binaries we install that we have to get 64-bit versions of. The other problem, which is not very interesting, but I'll tell you anyway, is that there's a lot of numbers that we store that, so like the 32-bit, you have a maximum integer size, which is like 2 billion something, and so when numbers are bigger than that, we have to store them as text, and it's a real pain. So now we have to convert them all into real integers, and there's a lot of pieces, especially a lot of it around IP addresses. But, you know, we've needed to do this for a long time. We've been putting it off because we didn't want to make everyone reinstall. It seems like if we're ever going to do it, when there's all this other stuff you got to do, we may as well pile one more thing on there. So we'll help you with all of this. You know, if you want us to hold your hand through the entire thing, we're more than happy to. I think it sounds worse than it really is. I mean, yes, you have to reinstall an OS, but most of the other stuff is automated. So for the BMU, there's going to be 2 steps. There's going to be an intermediate release, which will be 2 point something. That will prep the BMU to move to version 3, and then you'll upgrade to version 3, and it will transfer things like the WAN IP and your default gateway and stuff over into the new format. Powercode's going to output a config for the new BMU that will immediately bring it back online with all its configurations. That should be pretty simple. We are removing things like the remote static stuff in Powercode. From now on, you just define an address range. If you need a static route, it'll be in the BMU with a normal router. Same thing with customer remote subnets. The other thing we'll do is there'll be this tool or intermediate release or something that will run through your whole Powercode install and validate, you know, you have something you're going to lose, or you're using this feature or removing, or this change is going to impact you in this way, and kind of give you a report so you know if anything's going to really change. So our plan for this is we're going to help everybody. It won't be automated. You know, we'll take our time with the first few customers. We're going to do it to ourselves first. You know, I have 4 BMUs and 2 billing servers to migrate for our ISP, so we're going to do that first, and we're going to try and do it how we would do it with you. I'm going to be hands-off and have Tim do it on the left, so I can say that. But we'll go through that, and then we'll schedule with other people. Our goal is to get this down so we can wrap through it pretty fast at some point, I think. So, yeah, let's go.
How soon are we looking at meeting with customers?
So I wanted to do it like when I get back, but in an unrelated thing, I might have to go to Bahrain. So after that.
So we're looking at you, I'm going to update Wednesday.
But when Bertram's going to do it? Oh, when you're going to do it? Well, probably push you out to like June, but most people we're going to try to begin in sort of December, January. So that's the goal. So it'll be really how many people we can schedule realistically. We obviously want to have enough availability to help everybody. And if there's already 20 people in the queue, then the next person will go 21st. I want people to be able to do this at the speed they want to. I think for some people, we can give them the path and say, this is what you need to do. We'll validate that plan and say everything looks good, and then you can just go do it. For other people that are, need more handholding, we'll do as much as needs to be done for each person, but I think that's going to be different for everybody. So part of what we talked about, this kind of means a choice. You got to balance. Do you want to be one of the first people to do this, or do you want to wait to get V10? With V9, I realize there's going to be people on it for a while, either because of the time limitation or because they're not ready to make the change. We're not going to be adding new stuff to V9, but we will do patches, updates if there's a bug or there's something we need to do. For somebody that's stuck on V9, we will help. So the 64-bit change means no S install. There's no way around it. It's high time to do it. We've put it off for a very long time. Here it is. So this has been difficult for us internally. We got people as far back as CentOS 5.2. You wouldn't think there'd be a lot of incompatibilities, but there are all these little things that really add up. So our goal moving forward from this is we're going to get everyone on version 6.4. And then once we decide, 7 isn't even released yet, I don't know when it will be. When it is, we'll go through a similar process that we'll have a major release that will require a move to 7. So I don't see 7 coming out for at least a year, probably more. So it's a ways away, but we're trying to make this as simple as we can. Something I threw in here since we're talking about CentOS. So we had a customer that decided not to go with Powercode because we wouldn't install it on something other than CentOS. System Linux is Linux. It is, but we have a lot of updates that rely on things in CentOS, the package manager, or we know what the package version is, or we know, all these different things about the OS. These things don't always relate. Debian's a different package manager than CentOS, Slackware's different, Ubuntu's different. So we stick with CentOS. Reason for that is it's essentially Red Hat Enterprise. I'd almost rather be on Red Hat Enterprise, but then you have to pay another fee for the OS, so CentOS works. We talked about going to a different distro, but I really don't think there's much benefit, so that's what we're sticking with. So there's an easy way and a less easy way to do this. If you have another server, or you want to get another server, or you want to move to a data center, install 64-bit CentOS on the new server, we'll get it all up and running, we'll make it beautiful, we'll put PowerCode on there, and we can migrate it at your leisure. Less easy way is we're going to wipe the system you have, you've got no PowerCode till we're finished. Realistically, I think that can be done fairly quickly, but it leaves you with not much of an out. Once you start, you're kind of committed to it. So if you have another server or you have it in a virtual environment, we can fire another one. That would be the way to go. We'll help you through it either way. If you've had a ratty old server where the fans are spitting out dust and you've wanted a new one for a while, I don't know if everyone knows this, but we do have an OEM partnership with Dell. We have a server that they will ship directly with PowerCode pre-installed, and it's pretty much what it would cost you to buy one without all those features. So this might be an option for you to get one with 64-bit V10 on it already. So you can also move. We were just talking about some of the benefits of being in a data center like software. You can get a server there. We can put 64-bit CentOS and migrate for you. That would be the way I would go. If you can get another server, it's going to be so much simpler, but that's definitely not a requirement. We have seen a lot of people start to sign up with places like Linode or other cheap VPS hosts. Don't do it, please. They're fine for running a little web server or something, but as soon as you've got more than a few subs on there, you're going to run into performance issues. So there's a reason dedicated servers are $19.95 a month. So if you're going to go to another server, this is really the big thing to look at. Speed of drive, sufficient RAM. There's plenty of servers you can get today. From HP or Dell, you can spend as little as $900, as much as sky's the limit. Especially if you have Zeus, who's going to do a monster of a server around PowerCode. 3 of them? Yeah, sorry. So people started asking about running PowerCode on SSDs. We talked about these servers. A year ago, I would have said definitely don't do it. They'll be dead in a month. Now, they're getting better, lifespans are increasing. We've done some caching on the server to minimize the number of writes. I think Steve was graphing this back in the day, and I think it's decreased dramatically since we did that caching on data, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually ran on this.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I told that business.
Yeah.
It ran pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, so it'll be fast, and they're not that much anymore. So the server that we pull elevation data for all of the elevation queries you do, I don't know if everyone knows, but we actually run that out of our building. We had to put SSDs on that because the data that we get from AXA to do that, the files are huge, it's like terabytes of data. And we have to scan through all these files. And even with the fastest physical drives we could get, we couldn't get it above 2 requests a second. So we bought 4 SSDs for $100 a piece, put them in, and we're up to 30 requests a second. So the stuff like that, it's huge. Now, be aware, the reality is we probably will see potentially early failures if you're doing a ton of writes on that, but at $100 a drive for the last year and a half instead of 3 years is probably something you can deal with. These are a couple of servers that Dell R320 is what we ship with some modifications. The HP DL320 is pretty similar. If you're looking at a server, hit us up. We'll help you. I mean, we'll tell you what you need for what size you are. Don't need to spend more than you need to, but on the other hand, don't buy something that's way too small because it's not going to be a fun experience. Okay, so hopefully that wasn't too painful. Got any questions on migration? Everyone's stunned in this silence. Yeah.
We're not currently Powercode users, but we're going to be in the January time period.
Yes.
How is your helping all the people migrate going to affect the new user coming online?
The goal would be that it doesn't. I mean, it might mean that we have to juggle things a little bit. It probably depends on what our schedule looks like. So it might be you want to sign up and we'll say, okay, well, we can install your server tomorrow or not today. But, we're not going to jam the schedule so full that we can't deal with any other issues or, new setups or whatever. So it shouldn't be a problem.
You're going to miss all the migration fun.
Well, that's so basically, at that point, you buy something, let's say, from Dell with everything already on it, and you
Sure.
just have to put your data in.
Right, exactly. So if you got the Dell server from us, it would arrive at your premise, you plug it in, Powercode's on it, sent to us is on it, you just click on a button, configure your IP. It's pretty easy. That's part of why we did that. We were looking for an easy way for people to get started. Yeah.
So does it have to be, it can be inside the VMU's network, right? Or does it still have to be on the outside?
Once you're on the version 3 VMU and version 10, it can be inside the network, yes.
So if I were to throw this on a VM on the inside and build it up and then upgrade the VMU in the process, that should be good?
Yes.
Because right now it's sitting in a different building, so it can have connect to an internet or a certain connection I have that's outside of my normal network. Because my VMU is on the edge.
Right, so part of the changes we made is to enable you to put the management server on the inside, so yes, you can do that.
So since the configuration is all done, that would be, there is no more review section.
There's still a VMU section because you configure things like the address ranges that you're going to place customers into in there, and you configure things like whether you want to use DHCP. There's just nowhere where you would say, like, I need to put this IP address on this interface. You would just go do that in the VMU. So, no reboots.
Maybe adding more VMU health information.
Yeah, that's one of the things I don't know if it'll make it right in the V10, but I want to have stored history of CPU and, memory usage, temperature, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you could probably buy some of those. Yes?
Is there a beta of V10 for those that would like to implement 30 before the final release?
There will be. It's not ready quite yet. The plan is probably about mid-November. So if you're interested in that, we have a beta program you can sign up for. The details are on the forum. And then we'll make it available to people. It'll still be, the process will work with beta customers to do it. But yeah, I mean, we'd like some people to do it first. So yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'll send the people.
Okay.
Inventory.
Yes.
Is that version 11?
No. It's just not version 10.
I just
Well,
gotta wonder how that's gonna
I wouldn't wait for the inventory stuff. I mean, not that we're not gonna do it, but it's not the next thing we're gonna do. I can add a couple slides in that coming up, so I'll run through that with you. Yes?
Speaking of inventory, I think the search right now, that's the master search, does not search inventory. There's a separate inventory search. Will that be fixed moving forward?
There is a separate inventory search in there.
There is, but the global search doesn't get inventory.
Oh, gotcha. So global search is gone, so yes, you'll be able to search it. Yeah.
What about barcode scanning for inventory? Just scan an AP barcode. Have it into your
We have a little device we
Correct.
use, just you
Yeah.
plug in the USB, you click on a field, you just scan each box.
What's that? It fills it in on.
It works.
Yeah.
What's that? Use barcodes.
It's just
You
like-
do, barcode. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
It does
makes
work.
it a lot easier. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like in PowerCode, it's just the scanner will output the data into the selected field. So you select the field, scan it, and then print it in the
Okay.
so.
Like when we add inventory, we have, we're gonna do a tab after scan.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we looked at doing something direct, but it seemed so easy to do it with just a generic scan on it. Okay.
Probably use your phones.
So next piece I have, there's some integrations we built in PowerCode that we really never marketed or spoke about very much. Some of these I really don't have the relationship with these companies. It's not like the Procera thing where, we're partners. This is just something we added into PowerCode because I thought people really wanted it and then nobody used it. So I don't know if I'm just crazy or people don't know about it. So I'm going to tell you all about it. And if you still don't use it, I know I'm crazy. So. Mail Extreme was one of the things. I thought, the worst thing in PowerCode is all these people printing invoices, they're printing them by hand, they're stuffing the envelopes, they're taking them to the post office, they're putting a stamp on it, they're putting a return envelope in it. I thought, who wants to do that? I should build in a way to automate this, and everyone will use it, and nobody's using it. So if you don't know, if you're printing invoices, we have this integration with Mail Extreme.
I would love to use it, but my mom likes her job. She folds 200 invoices.
All right, well, you have an excuse. I'm not going to fight your mom, but.
So now you know.
So here's the deal with it. It's integrated, you don't do anything. You can do black and white color with a return envelope. It's no more than 70 cents, probably less. We have an option to add a printed invoice charge automatically in PowerCode. I don't think anyone is really, with the cost of labor and paper and toner and everything else, able to print stuff, envelopes by hand for 70 cents, but I don't know. This is including the outbound postage, by the way. So.
And we're using the printed invoice charge option, and that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, well, okay. So you can make the printed invoices $2, pay Mail Extreme, that's 60, 70 cents, and you're actually making money. So there's a customer who does like 5,000, 6,000 printed invoices a month through PowerCode, and they are still doing it by hand. I was hoping they would be here. I don't think, I have told them about this. So. Okay, so that's Mail Extreme. If you're printing invoices, give them a call. It's all integrated. It's really easy. So PagerDuty is something else I put in. At the last conference, Steve told me about this, and I thought, wow, that is a fantastic service. So we started using it. So all PagerDuty is they're a third-party service where you can send things to them, and they will notify you about those things, and then you deal with them in different ways. I realize that's vague. So go into more detail. We use it in our ISP, and you basically build a service, and your service is like a bucket that you can push all of your events into. So we build an on-call rotation that our guys that are on call are sitting in, and it automatically filters through this on-call rotation, so whoever's on call gets the alerts. The other thing you can do, if this clicker ever works, okay, so you can then allow notification by email, SMS, or phone call. And the thing I thought was the greatest about this was they will actually call your phone. So we have network outages all the time, right? AP gets hit by lightning, or a backhaul, port goes to 10 megs, or whatever it is. And when I was on call, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's getting their alerts by text, I mean, I sleep through this thing, So I said, I need someone to call me. Well, we looked at paying, some network monitoring center that would call out. Well, it's a hell of a lot more than the $18 a user a month we pay for PagerDuty. So you can set up how often this happens. First it comes as a text, then they call you, and they call you again. You just get a phone call that says, on your PowerCode service, this device is down, hit this button to acknowledge, hit this button to resolve. If you ignore it, you can set up escalation policy, so I have this for actual Powercode on call. If any of you call in after hours, first it goes to the guy on call. If they don't pick up, it goes to me. And if it goes to me, I get really upset. So, but you can do that, right? I don't have to rely and cross my fingers. Jake or whoever's on call is going to pick up the phone. I'll get it if he doesn't.
Question.
Yeah.
When we have network outages, it would be nice to notify our customers if their segment of the network is out. Can you do that in PowerCode right now?
No, not really. I mean, you could send them an email.
No, but I mean, let's say that a certain segment of your network is out.
It's all their fault.
Because at that point, you start getting so many telephone calls in, you can't actually.
Right. No, I get that. No, there's no way to do that today. People have asked about it, so it's something we've kind of got on the list to look at a way to do it. So, you know, like I was saying about PagerDuty, you know, for $18 a month, something called me was worth it.
Simon,
Yeah.
on that paging or your, does that work on the status of your the infrastructure?
Yes. So if you set up the monitoring of your infrastructure and today it would send you an email, it would just work.
Yeah, but it also depends because like still have some trembles that stay as bad, but they are working.
You can, so you could either not send them to PagerDuty or you could suppress them or, you know, whatever. This is all built in, completely automated. I have no relationship with them. I mean, we don't get any kickbacks or anything. I just, you know, it was so good for us, you know, I wanted to build it in to make my life easier, so, Steve. Okay, so tracking trucks, another one we built in. This is really something we built in for ourselves. We don't do that very often, but, you know, we don't use a lot of contractors. We have a lot of in-house techs. And Jim, the guy who owns the West, came to me one day and said, you know, I want to be able to see where people are in their vehicles. So we signed up with this tracking truck company. They give you a little GPS box, you stick it in the truck, you can see where it is, and the thing that's kind of nice is it will show you if the ignition's on, if it's off, how long it's been idle somewhere. And they do this on their website. They have a map that will show you driving around. But we built it in a Powercode, so those trucks will actually show up, and they'll drive around on the network map, and they'll move in real time. So you can look. What's kind of nice is if we have an outage, we can just look on the map, and I can see, you know, Jay's only a mile away from the tower. I just called him and say, go there. Now, in the past, he might have said, well, man, I'm like 40 miles away, call Steve. And I go, well, the truck's there. You know, this one, we've had a couple of people using it. I can see it's probably limited usefulness to some people, but it is in there. If you're interested in seeing where your techs are, you can even stick these on someone's back or something, so you can see where they are. I don't know if I find it. I'm not sure how big they are. I'm not sure how big they are, but give it a try.
How much does that take?
The tracking truck?
It's cheap.
It's not that much.
It's by how many you have. It's like $7 or $8 per truck.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a couple $100 up front, and then it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally worth it.
Yeah. Are you guys using it?
Yeah, we already got a couple guys in trouble.
Cool. Any questions? Yeah.
The only problem we really have with the mailing service is we do our billing like on the first of the month, right?
Yeah.
When we looked at switching to them, it didn't make sense because before we switched to you guys, we were using QuickBooks or something.
Right.
So we were able to do our billing a couple days early to have it ready. So going through a service like that, they wouldn't be getting it until like the 5th or the 6th of the month.
So how do you send them today then?
I sent them all print on the first, and then we can just do it that way. But
So if you send them to them on the first, they would go out on the first.
see, the way I read it, we're supposed to be like the 3rd or the 4th, they're supposed to be receiving. We're sending them locally too, so the post office.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's the downside of mailing stream, I guess, right? If you
They
mail
were
them
like, okay, something.
local, yeah, right. So I think it just kind of comes down to quantity at some point, but yeah, I agree. If you're local, it would take longer. Okay. All right, so we're back into the end here. You know, I have a lot of plans for the future. A lot of things I want to work on, and you know, we have to try and prioritize these. These are some of the things we're looking at. The 2014 what version these will come in, I don't know. We've been on version 9 for about 4 years now, so we could go, the Google route, and we'll just increment the version every time we do anything, but I think realistically, we'll be on 10 until there's another major update. I'm trying to kind of save those numbers. To me, this might be a little bit more difficult than normal. So, one of the big things we got coming up is a billing rewrite. We've been rewriting a lot of parts of Powercode. One piece I want to get to is kind of the billing engine. It's not that it doesn't work today. I want to increase performance. In our ISP, we bill all on the first, and we have to do about 10,000 subs. And it takes a few hours to run those transactions. It's not the end of the world, but I'd like to get it, so it's really jamming through those. IP pay tokenization, I realize we were meant to have done this a while ago. It is coming. That's going to be a part of that. Probably the next part's the install calendar. I think, in my opinion, it's probably one of the weakest parts of Powercode today. I think there's a lot of things we could do to make that better. So this is not just going to be about the UI rework. We're going to redo the whole install calendar from start to finish. The problem with it today is it's very specific. There's people that want to be able to put in installs and have them go in a group, and they get dispatched, or they go directly to the tags, or be able to see where texts are going and pick the closest one, all that kind of stuff. Push it to Google Calendar, push it to Zimbra. So there's a lot of stuff we want to do with that. That's pretty high on the list. These are pretty much, other than that, probably about the order of what we're going to do. The customer overview. We run some analytics on billing servers, and it's one of the most used pages, obviously, and it's not been redesigned yet, so it works, but I want to get it into that new style and improve it a little bit. Inventory is coming, Adrian, I promise. So then these other things are kind of, I don't know what order they'll happen in, but we've got the Procera piece, we've got the DME performance I talked about. Customer portal was one of the first things I ever redid when I was at Powercode, and I think it's okay, but I think it could use another pass. I'd like to make it more customizable, change the colors a little bit more easily integrated into external websites. Get the mapping speed up a bit. When you get a lot of elements on that map, it's not the fastest to render. And then there's the stuff like kind of far in the future. We've had this thing about doing an API for a long time. Probably not 2014, but maybe. Localizing the whole system, I don't think that helps many people in here, but something we need to do. And then completing the rewrite of everything else, so ticketing, any other parts of Powercode that is still sitting there. And then hotspot mobile site, something we'll get asked for a lot. Hopefully we'll get those done in 2014 if I can hire some more devs. So either way, they are on the list. So this is my one request. We do have quite a lot of testimonials on the front page. If you love us, I would love for you to write one for us if you haven't already. Quite a few people in this room have. If you hate me, then you don't need to send me anything saying that, but I appreciate it. Nice one. Okay, so last thing, we got a table in the back that's got has a pile of t-shirts on it. We got from small to 2X, I think. Please feel free to take one for you and your wife or whatever. It would be great if you'd all wear them tomorrow and come in and invade the trade floor. That may not happen, but if you did, I'd be really happy. Also, some stickers I don't think Jake grabbed, but we'll have them at the booth. So if you've always wanted a Powercode sticker, come see us. I think we give you 3. And that's about the end. So, questions? All right. Yeah.
I know it's a little late, I don't know if it's really, but do you know when they're going to do the performance invoicing fix that we're having issues with stuff?
What are you having problems with?
We tried to go to the new version, remember? But that didn't work out with the performance invoicing the way we like to do it, where we pre-invoice.
Okay, gotcha. It won't be until we do the billing piece probably. So it'll be somewhere early in V10's lifespan that we'll try and add some more stuff for them. But the way it is now is kind of the way it'll be in version 9 at least.
Well, there's just that one setting we need to change, and the new billing system would work. As far as changing the bill due date to be the bill cycle date, is that what it was?
Yeah, so it's a lot more complicated than it sounds. It seems like it'd be easy, but there's a lot through the system that would impact drastically. So we do plan to do some stuff with it, but probably will be in those early days of V10 that we'll do that. Any other questions? Yeah.
Maybe as part of that too, but just as a side, I'd love to have the ability to run quotes. So
Mhm.
run a business, and right now I have an Excel spreadsheet that basically copy and paste what we call our packages over. Something where before a company actually signs up and you bill what you're billing out, and you do it, and just basically on the budget quote. You can have it all for it's not
Okay. Yeah, we have talked about that a little bit. So yeah, something you could potentially. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think it's actually in the list of stuff already. I'm not sure where it will fall. Did plan to. Yeah.
For the billing part, we've actually had conversation about we'd like to be able to bill ahead. Maybe what he was talking about. Right now we bill on the 1st, it's due on the 21st for that month. And we'd like the ability to bill in advance and we would have the money prior to even getting to that month. And I don't think we have to.
So you can kind of do that with a fixed due date setting. But yeah, we can sit down and talk about that. It's not easy to do very far in advance. You can only do it at most like 20 or 28 days. But
I think that would be enough.
Okay.
That's what you want.
Is there a place for the schema is published?
For the database? No, just really because we don't have a well laid out one. I mean, you can have access directly to the DB, you can plug around on there, but we don't have like it all laid out today. Quite a bit of it's changing in V10. So, we'll probably work on trying to do something after that. If there's something specific you need, I can help you find it.
Well, you expose the ability to create your own reports.
Right. Without knowing the schema, right? Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So.
It makes it a little easier with the schema. So
Right.
I'm guessing, with the
Yeah.
tables are cool.
Yeah, not all of the tables are obviously memories. No. Like for me or for Powercode? No. Because I have too much to say in 140 characters. Yeah, he doesn't know. I'll make him do it, man, Twitter. Not sure what we say, really. Powercode's awesome. Good intense company. Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about doing some of the social media stuff. I just, our market's such a specific niche. Like, I don't, what I mean? Like, I don't know if we get a lot of, not that many people are interested in ISP management systems. Yeah. All right. I'm taking it. Maybe we'll do MySpace. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little more about the managed email option that was introduced? Hosted email or?
We can integrate email service in Powercode.
So if you want to give your customer an email address, wasn't that a new feature?
There's something where you can tie an email server to Powercode, and then you can create accounts and reset passwords and stuff through Powercode. That's probably what you saw. So you can do that. Yeah. It's limited to a certain number of email servers. We only just add new ones as customers request it. So I don't remember the whole list. There's like Gmail, Smart-Mail, Handmail, something else, Mail.
We were going to use that, but it ran into the same thing you were going over with hosting services. I mean, whatever company we use for our hosting, they've disabled all the APIs, so it doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain. cPanel is one.
Yeah, that's who our hosting provider uses, but it doesn't
They won't
work.
want to do it. Yeah. Rackspace. Yeah.
On cPanel, I just heard you say that. Can you do more than one domain?
Yes.
I'll have to try it and call you. Last time I tried it, it broke. It wouldn't go and it broke the interface for the domain I was using, so.
I blame cPanel.
Of course.
Yeah, you have to add the domains individually anyway. So you have to have at least one domain, and then if you add more, we just send that domain to the API file.
And it could be cPanel because some of these domains are kind of hokey the way they
I don't test these integrations regularly. I just assume that they're not going to break the APIs. I tested it when I built it, which was about a year ago. I know there are people using this. I don't know how many domains, but I know people using it.
About a month ago, we went 100% integrated to cPanel, and then our business accounts are just doing that right now, our primary accounts.
Yeah, all you can do with it is was adding an account, change password to the account, but.
Actually, that was a piece of cake. I was happy until that went on the Powercode side, CPL side, it was kind of cool.
Yeah, see, I found setting up the API and CPL was a pain. You have to find some checkbox hidden away somewhere.
Yeah. The install I had it already checked off, so it worked right away. So I don't know if my guy who helped me with it had contacted CPL and got it switched right away. But yeah,
Best
I
ones.
when I started it.
The best ones we've done, if it's smart mail, mail to clean where you don't have to go check anything anymore, you don't have to do anything crazy. Most of the other ones had something that's annoying.
CPAL is the least expensive though.
Yeah, we use it for web hosting stuff, we just don't use it for email, we use smart mail too.
I like smarter mail web interface, but
Yeah, we interact with Windows. Alright. That's all I got. So, so we have, I think I mentioned in booth 311, well, whatever t-shirts are left, we'll have that. Feel free to take some. We'll have stickers for a certain demonstration. Feel free to come get drunk and hang out on Wednesday. We'll have some leather couches. So hopefully see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.